both of these portfolios.
Chairperson, honorable members, MEC, mayors and municipalities and officials, that the leadership of the union present here, I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee on Provincial Treasury.
Thanks, honorable members. I was just about to request my co-chair to rein in on members of the Portfolio Committee on Provincial Area. But at least I heard a few names from that end. So it's fine. Now we are going to conduct our first issue. Honorable members from the respective, honorable mayors from the respective municipalities should stand up and introduce your fellow members of your team. And when you do so, they must rise up so that we see them. You see, honorable members were standing. It is their prerogative, but you don't have that privilege. Stand up and we must see. Over to you, Honorable Mayor for Lephalale. Is that Modimolle? Or this is Modimolle-Mookgopong? Yeah, let's start with you.
Thank you very much. Greetings to everyone. My name is Councillor Anamboweni, the Mayor of Modimolle-Mookgopong Municipality. I'm with the Speaker of Council, Councillor Sinalanga, Acting Municipal Manager, Mr. Malema, Acting CFO, Chanel Brota. Thank you very much.
Just a round of applause. The team is complete. The Mayor of Lephalale.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson and MEC. My name is Councillor Ramgolita Mudise, the Mayor of Lephalale Municipality. I'm with the Speaker, Mayor Grace Maragalala. Also with the MFMA, Nongila Narapea, the CFO, Melesora Matwa, and the manager in the office of the mayor, Mayor Meki Quality. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Another round of applause, please. You see, we have got newly elected mayors for the respective municipalities. Both of them are women. That is women empowerment. And the way I know it, there are new brooms. And the new broom sweeps clean. So you hope you're going to make us proud. And we will hear as well, we will be presenting as to whether you are indeed going to make us proud or not. Thanks, my co-chair, Thanks. Let's start with the Modimolle-Mookgopong Municipality.
Sure.
Yeah, over to you. He was advising me on something. Maybe you are rising on the same thing.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, I'm of the view that maybe we grant Lephalale municipality to present first, because the mayor is not fine. We allow her to present so that we can be able to handle this as early as possible. That's my view, Chair.
Thanks, we'll start with Lephalale for the reasons advanced by Honorable Just before we start, let's hear from my co-chair. You are on the to advise. The end of Honorable. Sorry, Honorable.
No, thank you very much. Maybe before I don't have an objection, but I just wanted us to maybe just to check with regard to. I see the Honorable MEC for Treasury is here, and I hope this department is also here. I just wanted to check if COGHSTA is also here, because I can see the MEC is not here, and we have just noted his apology, even though it has been rejected. But we want to understand whether the administrative staff from COGHSTA are here. I just wanted that so that we verify before we could proceed, Chair.
That is a valid point. It is a point where we were trying to reach to after we were advised by the co-chair. Thanks, Honorable Matabuha. Let's start with the departments. COGHSTA, introduce yourself.
Thanks very much. My name is Paul Moshama. I've been assigned by the HOD to represent the department of the MEC. I'm acting DG Cooperative Governance. I'm with the Director of Municipal Finance, Municipalities, and also with the Fund next door in the monitoring and evaluation, and then also partner from Municipal Finance. The last one is from Municipal Capacity Planning. Thanks very much. Sorry, I forgot that I'm a director for the PME. Just like
I must go and tell your HOD. Must be for the last time that she sent somebody to represent her. I'm not playing. Must tell her this is for the last time. We want her to put aside whatever commitment that she might be having and prioritize the joint portfolio committee. Please. The MEC will see you, it's not problem. But from the administrative side, please communicate this to your HOD. From Provincial Treasury, can you introduce yourself? Is there any confusion? Why are you tampering with my MEC? Proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Chairpersons. My name is Portia Similia. I'm the DDG responsible for sustainable resource management in Limpopo Provincial Treasury. Let me start with the apology on behalf of my HOD, Mr. Gavin Pratt. He's got a commitment, but he will be joining us immediately after the meeting that is attending. With me is Ms. Eli Dema, the Chief Director responsible for Municipal Finance, and Dr. Morgan Shibule is responsible for the Waterberg District. We also have colleagues from Office of the HOD, Dr. Sbanda. We also have our Director Strategic Operations, Pruti Matwa, and the colleagues who are in the Office of the MEC. I don't see them in. Oh, Sydney. We also have a Sydney and Promoter who is outside at this moment. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. In the same token, you must tell Mr. Pratt to prioritize the joint portfolio committee. In fact, he must send you where he is currently and come here himself. Next time you must do like that. You always, what's the thing in town, next time, something bad will happen to him. Thanks. Our support staff, please, when you are making arrangements, seating arrangement must be arranged properly. Now you see, some people are seated somewhere when they are part and parcel of the delegation from COGHSTA or from Provincial Treasury. They must sit on one side. Let me see, you are sitting there with them because according to us, you are also responsible to account to the portfolio. You are part and parcel of those who are accounting to the joint portfolio committees. But it would be advisable that we sit together. The other people we will allow to introduce themselves are the labor unions. If they are there, let them also introduce themselves so that they are seen by, they can be seen by the mayors and the team that they have a direct interest.
Good morning, chairpersons of both committees, members of the legislature, various delegations from municipalities, and officials in various departments. This is Salom Nonela, Deputy Provincial Secretary of SAM, with keen interest on the operations of these municipalities that are here. With some on the verge of not paying salaries on the 25, coming this 25, based on the National Treasury equitable shares with only. So our key interest is very, very much high on those matters. Then check.
Are you the only rep present in here?
I thought they were already arrived, but they are coming. I'll check them.
Okay.
We are a delegation of 5.
Okay, they are welcome. And they are very much welcome. I'm worried about the mic. It switches on and off, and this is part and parcel of trying to disrupt the chair. Thank you. See, it's gone. I will not flew. Let me prepare this one. No, thanks. Over to you, Honorable Mayor for Lephalale. Leaders. You may stand there. It's fine.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning once again, Chairpersons and the entire honorable members. Without much waste of your time, I'm here to present the state of our municipality, but the details of our presentation will reflect on the screen. Our presentation is divided into 4 parts, which are institutional arrangement, financial health, financial governance, and service delivery. Next slide. Institutional arrangement, that is our governance structure. Point to the structure on the screen. Yeah, this one. Next slide. Institutional arrangement governance. Our council meetings are held every quarter, sorry. All our section 79 committees are functional and are properly constituted and in place. Assurance committees such as the audit committee, risk management committee, and MPEC are in place and meet quarterly. Next slide. Institutional arrangement, filling of executive management positions. On this one, we are in the process of filling 2 vacant senior manager positions in development planning and corporate support services. All our senior managers and B2O managers have met the minimum competencies. Sorry. Next slide. Institutional employee-related costs. As municipalities, we have a staff complement of 497, in brackets 436 positions are filled, and we are in process of filling 58 vacant positions. Employees related costs are 32% of the budget, which is in line with the norm. The organogram is aligned to the municipal staff regulation. Next slide. This is the confirmation of our vacancy rate. Institutional employee-related costs. On this one, this is the confirmation of employee-related costs in relation to total operational costs. Our financial health, budget finding status. We have adopted funded budget for the current financial year and the previous years. Revenue collection. Our revenue collection at the end of Q3 of the 2025-2026 financial year is at 85%. Next slide. Enhancement. Our revenue enhancement strategies. We have made several interventions in revenue enhancements mechanism, including prepaid electricity system and appointment of a debt collector. Payment incentives of customers settling their accounts in full settling their accounts in full on due dates. Challenges mitigations. We have various challenges, including loss of electricity customers to other source of energy like renewable energy. We are taking various steps to mitigate these challenges, engaging with ESCOM on reducing notification maximum demand. Revenue management. Among the other action we are taking is the implementation of the new valuation rule as of 1 July 2026. We are taking various additional measures, including the establishment of a revenue enhancement committee to monitor various measures we have put in place to enhance revenue collection. Under our operating revenue, our year-to-date actual revenue build is sitting at 77% against a year-end budget of just under 900 million. Honorable members, we note that a lion's share of our revenue is from transfers and subsidies, while our own generated revenue is headlined by our electricity billings. Operating expenditure. This year to date, operating expenditure is at 77% against the year of budget of 886 million. Capital expenditure, the total capital expenditure is at 75% of the year-end budget, including rollovers. Next slide. Grant spending. On this one, we have achieved 81% spending of grant received as at end of March 2026. All grant contracts have been awarded and projects are in progress. Next slide is on investments. We have a positive cash balance of 135 million. Also, we have taken short-term investment for the working capital and grants received, which has yielded investment revenue. Debt category, we struggle to collect in areas such as Marapo, farms and Tabombeki, where we cannot use switching off of electricity as a credit control leverage, because ESCOM is the distributors in those areas. 80% of the debtors book is due to under collection in those areas. We have appointed a debt collector to accelerate collection, and we have appointed a debt collector to accelerate collection, and an indigent register is underway. Debtors, government debts are forwarded to COGHSTA to assist the municipality with debt collection through the government debt forum. Next slide. On this one, creditors, our ESCOM account is current. We have signed a debt relief program with DWS, and we are 94% compliant as at March 2026. Repairs and maintenance. Our repairs and maintenance budget is below the 8% norm at 6%. Financial governance. UIFWE. This unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. The reason for the UIFW are there on your extreme right on the screen. We are implementing approved UIFW reduction strategy. All the UIFW will be processed by financial year and closing. Our municipal debt relief. As the state in previous slides, we have signed a debt relief program with DWS in August 2025, and as at March 2026, compliance was sitting at 94%. Government debtors. Government debt. We have already discussed how the municipality deals with government debtors. M-Square implementation. Honorable members, we have the M-Square Steering Committee in place, which is attended by Limpopo Provincial Treasury. M-Square meetings are held monthly. Audit outcomes. Among the key actions is the Audit Steering Committee meetings are held weekly to implement and monitor the audit action plan. The BTO structures is also optimized to build capacity. Service delivery, operations and maintenance electrical. Allocation of resource on operation and maintenance on electricity infrastructure. 60 60% of the operations and maintenance budget in electricity goes to overhead lines and mini substation. Operation and maintenance water. The bulk of the operations and maintenance is water goes to the pump station and reservoir. Operation, maintenance, sanitation. Sanitation, pump station, and the PAL wastewater treatment works takes 70% of the operations and maintenance budget in the sanitation division. Sales delivery distribution losses. On this one, the municipality has put strategies in place to reduce water and electrical losses. For example, the reduction of actually losses from 10.9% to plus minus 6% within 24 months by implementing the council approved electricity loss recovery plan for the 2025-2026 to 2026 to 2027 financial year. Water losses 2025-2026. Those are the numbers for our water losses for the 2025-2026 financial year. Graphical presentation of monthly water losses until March 2026. Here is the graphical representation of our water losses as at the end of the third quarter of the 2025-2026 financial year. Road causes of water losses. Our aging infrastructure and unauthorized water use are the major cases of the water losses. Frequently burst of AC pipes contributes to the water losses. Water losses short-term strategies. We are replacing malfunctioning water meters, identifying illegal connections. Long-term water losses strategies. Replacing existing AC pipes, installation of smart water meters. On the mitigation. Go back. Under mitigation of water losses. We have already discussed in previous slides, honorable members, this one. Electrical losses, we have already discussed also. Causes of electrical loss, aging infrastructure, electrical theft, infrastructure tampering, delaying NMD reduction. Strategies to reduce electricity losses. On this one, we are employing various measures to mitigate electricity losses, including the rollout of smart metering in small to medium-sized businesses and installing tampering-proof infrastructure. Non-compliance with blue drop and green drop. Go down. Down. On this one, the municipality will procure water quality monitoring kits and initiate operational monitoring in the next financial year. Relevant employees will also be sent to training on this one. Water tankers. Okay. On this slide, Lephalale municipality does not outsource water tankering. The cost of the tankering is budgeted for in operations and maintenance and bulk purchases. Spatial planning strategies. On this one, honorable members, we have commenced with process for township proclamation in Steve Biko under Shoman Traditional Council and a portion of Lily Farm under Selega Traditional Council. And this will accelerate infrastructure development in the areas. Local development, local economic development. We are promoting Lephalale as the energy hub. We held investment summit to support the investment in Lephalale. Waste management landfill site. On this one, the landfill site is operating in line with the minimum requirements of waste disposal and environmental regulations. We are awaiting records of decisions from the Department of Water and Sanitation to attain a license for exposition. We do daily compaction and covering of waste and also controlled waste recycling, and there is no waste bin in the landfill site. We also have the 24-hour security at the landfill site ensuring access control. Unfunded mandate library. On this one, the municipality continue to fund over 90% of library services operations from its own revenue. This is cost the municipality 15 million per annum. This puts unbearable pressure on our limited resource. DSAC must assure 100% of its responsibility for libraries. Department of Sports and Culture. Climate change strategy. We currently do not have a climate change response strategy, Chairperson. The municipality only recently appointed an environmental officer. A climate change response strategy will be developed and adopted in the current year 2026-2027 financial year. Concluding remarks, honorable members, Lephalale local municipality stands at a critical transition point where spatial planning, infrastructure investment, and economic diversification coverage to address persistently high unemployment and unlock sustainable growth. While progress has been made in planning and investment positioning, infrastructure constraints remain the primary barrier to transformation. Targeted interventions supported by national and provincial partnerships are essential to reposition Lephalale as a resilient, inclusive, and future-ready energy and economic hub. My chairperson, if there anything that I have omitted by mistake, I'm with the team. We are ready to cooperate. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor. Let me alert you that we are on this platform where we are viewed by almost 600 people, meaning that we really appreciate that even the members of the public have interest of seeing the business of the portfolios of government or local government of legislature, where we engage with the municipalities to share common views, problems and challenges. At the end of the day, we hope will give service delivery to our people. With this, honorable members, she has made presentation. I don't know from your members there, your colleagues, they are ready to come and augment your presentation before I call honorable members to engage on the presentation from Lephalale local municipality. Complete 100%. Thank you very much. Can I take it over to honorable members to engage with the presentation from Lephalale local municipality? I hope documents have been sent in time. Besides the presentation from the Honorable Mayor, you already engaged with the state of affairs of the municipality, and therefore I want to afford you an opportunity to engage with the presentation together with what we might have observed from the documents received. The first one, I say, Honorable, can I see members who want to engage on the presentation? I can see that the honorable members, ladies, because it's a ladies' show this side. Honorable Matabore and Honorable Neshfefe, Honorable Choris, in that order. Let me stop calling names because. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity. Let me firstly welcome the presentation, and I must say that the municipality is fairly stable and is actually doing well when you look into the financial health of the municipality. However, Chair, I have some few questions. Maybe just to start with on the slide on institutional arrangements. On the slide of institutional arrangements, slide 7, it talks about an approved position and it says 197. And when you look at the very same presentation on slide 8, it's actually 493. The slides contradict each other on the approved positions. And these figures, mathematically and administratively, are actually inconsistent. However, I'm not sure whether the MFMA have you actually reviewed the presentation or done the quality check before the presentation was actually submitted to the joint committees. That's the first one on institutional arrangements. The second one is on the MIG spending, which says we're actually sitting at 43% by that time, which was actually 3 months before the end of the financial year. I would want to understand what was actually the delays in spending, what actually caused the delay in spending, and what are the challenges? Is it the contractors or the late appointments of those contractors? I think that's the second question. But my third question is actually in relation to the municipality repairs and maintenance expenditure. It's actually below norm. And this is actually an indication that the municipality is not actually investing a lot on maintenance and repairs. Maybe you then have to look into that and respond that quickly. The on-service delivery chair, slide 40, reported that you have actually replaced 166 water meters. It says 1,066 were replaced. But when you look into slide 44, it records 1,984 meters that was replaced. There's actually a contradictory information. Which one is correct? You then have to clarify us on that one. But my last question, Chair, is in relation to 56 million UIFW. For how long has this municipality have this amount of UIF of this 56 million? Are there any strategies in place to prevent or to detect or to report the UIFW? So those are actually my few questions, Chair. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. In that order, Honorable Neshfefe. Thank you, Chair, for the co-chairs for the opportunity and my colleagues. Now I'll start by appreciating the presentations made by the Mayor of Lephalale. Indeed, one can say that indeed we have a municipality which is functional. However, in terms of the presentation, I just noted some areas where I need clarity. Maybe starting with in terms of the institutional arrangement on governance, where the mayor is representing, indicating that you have the Section 71 committee, which is in place and functional. I just want to check with you in terms of how does it meet? Actually, it meet more often, or actually how often does the committee meet to deal with the MFMA issues? Then in your presentation, the second question, you spoke about the filling of senior managers positions. You talk about 2 vacant posts. I want to get an understanding. Have they been recently, filled, or they are still in the process? Are they still in the process? And if they are still in the process, how was this vacancy affecting the normal operation of the institution? The issue of revenue collections, I think I will approach it from the point that a resilient municipality should have a very strong revenue base. Now, when you spoke about the revenue collection, I just want to check, I think you, just to expatiate actually the strategies that are in place, in terms of enhancing revenue collection. You spoke about the electricity billing as a source of revenue. I just want to check at the municipality, because we have so many municipalities that are struggling with the ESCOM debt. So I want to check with the Lephalale municipality if you have the debt with the ESCOM. If it is there, how are you servicing it? The grant spending, as you were making a presentation, I just want to check, because if you speak about the grant funding, it means sort of a traditional grant. I do want to check the state of the municipality currently in terms of spending the grant. At what percentage are we as a Lephalale municipality? The debt collection, as the municipality spoke about, especially in relation to electricity and water. You indicated that there is a debt forum. The debt forum. How is that forum constituted? And how often does this forum, meet to execute its mandate? The effectiveness of that forum. Now, the issue of fruitless irregular expenditure, authorized and authorized expenditure. I just want the municipality or the mayor to expatiate, just to present to us how are you dealing with this anomaly in the regular expenditure, fruitless and the unauthorized. How are we dealing with those anomalies? And if I want to check, because it also goes with the consequence management. The consequence management. Mayor, are you listening? Like we are being distracted. I'll pause. I want to just follow up on the issue of the fruitless, irregular, and unauthorized expenditure that you must explain to us. How are you dealing with that, those issues, and also the issue of consequence management? Is there consequence management? You must just come clear as to how are you dealing with the consequence management, because here we're talking about the public funds that are being misused, and so it means there should be accountability. So we want to check if it is the reason consequence management. Yeah, on the issue of self-driver, I think this would be in my last question. The issue of self-delivery. Of course, the most critical areas, as the portfolio committees, is with regard to provision of water, which is really a challenge across the states. In relation to the Lephalale, you as a municipality can account to say you are able to provide communities with water. 100% compliance. And if there are challenges, what are those challenges with regard to the provision of water? The same applies to electricity. The same applies to electricity. I suppose the municipality is also dealing with the issue of the indigent police. How are you dealing with the indigent? The disadvantaged households who are supposed to benefit from the government, from free services like water and electricity. If there are challenges, maybe you will be able to actually explain to us what are those. Yeah, I think, I'm done for now. Thank you, Chair. COGHSTA.
No, thanks, Chair. I only have very few questions to raise on the presentation. But first, let me welcome and appreciate the presentation as made by the Mayor. I guess I must join other honorable members who have indicated to say that at least we get a sense that there is a municipality there. Honorable Mayor, I want to check with you. This question, of course, was also dealt with by Honorable Mookgopong. The issue of maintenance, that is 6%. Let me indicate that I appreciate that at least it's 6% at that municipality. Of course, in one municipality it was lower than that, of course. But I just want to check, why can't the municipality reach 80%? What are the issues that stop the municipality from reaching 8% so that they are able to deal with issues of maintenance and operations in the municipality? The other issue that I'm concerned, Honorable Mayor, is with regard to the blue and green drop. In your presentation, you made an indication to say that you still are going to send officials responsible for training. The sense I get is that you're not meeting the requirements of the green and blue drop. And at this point in time, the municipality is still planning to take officials who are responsible for training. I really have a problem with that one. I really have a problem with that one, because my take is that we should be getting a sense that something is being done, not that something is going to be done. I tend to wonder what kind of water our people are getting. And I must appreciate that you are using your own tankers to give the communities water. It's a good move. You really are saving, of course, government money in terms of using your own tankers as a municipality to deliver water to our people. But we expect that projects that are on the ground must get finished so that they can be able to provide our people with water. Because the issue of tankers is just a temporary measure. It should not be utilized as something that is permanent. In the presentation, Honorable Mayor, I didn't get a sense with regard to whether the municipality is able to pay its service providers within 30 days as expected. I didn't get that sense. I would want to get that clarity from yourself with regard to that one. The other issue I would want to check, in the presentation I forgot what the slide number that captures that information. I'm not clear with what it means, because it deals with the use of consultants, of course. Yeah, I will say that the use of consultants. There is a figure. I would say it's a column that indicates annual contract value on use of consultants for 2025-26 AFS preparation. The amount captured in that column is 595, I guess it's 595,700. But in the initial columns, there is an indication that AFS are prepared in-house. I don't get it clear what that amount would be for. Of course, what is also kept at the date of actuaries, valuations, grab 104. The other issue that I'm going to raise, Honorable Mayor, it's on slide 19. Part of which, of course, I guess Matabo raised it, the issue of milk. The issue of milk, the performance in terms of the usage of milk there, it's really disturbing. At 42%. 42%. It's worrisome. It's not acceptable. And the same slide, the issue of WISIC. It says the allocated amount is 63 million. Then received is 88 million. And it says that you are able to utilize the entire of the amount, the 88 million. Can you explain the discrepancy there? The 63 million, which is the allocation, then the 88 million, which is the receipt. Of course, it says that you're able to perform at around 140%. It's of course more than you were allocated. I get that, but can you explain this differentiation and receipt? I would also want to check with the mayor with regard to, in the same slide, of course, there is this issue of energy efficiency. The allocation there is 4 million. And I should think this grant is, in this grant, of course, you perform poorly in as compared to other grants, because you were only able to utilize 36% there. What are the issues? What made the municipality fail to utilize that grant? Because it says that you were able to only to spend 1.4 million out of the 4 million that you received. I also would want to check with the mayor with regard to the implementation of the revenue. How effective is the implementation of the revenue enhancement strategy? Because there is an indication that you do have that one, but the issue would be how effective is its implementation, so that it's able to assist the municipality to achieve what it intends to achieve. Honorable Mayor, also for interest's sake, I would want to check, because there is an indication that all committees are functional, of course they are able to meet. How effective are the Section 79 committees? I know that they are the leadership of the Speaker, those ones, but they are meant to hold you accountable and your executive. How effective? What are they really playing their role, these Section 79 committees? Are they really assisting the municipality to be able to move forward? I just wanted to check that. I'm trying to say, how effective are these committees in holding you accountable in terms of your function? Thanks, Chair.
Pass it over.
No, thanks to chairs. Let me build on what he has said with regard to Section 79 committees. Perhaps just to check whether the municipality is using a new governance model or it is not. And if it is using a new governance model, then I'm back to ask, how does that help in terms of the executive committee having to be held account? And if that is not the case, we will then agree that with regard to the current setup, if we have not adopted the new governance module as a council, which will require some further funding, the status quo will remain. Because with what is happening now, committees, Section 79 committees only get to sit when the executive committee has met and the portfolio head on planning will then invite the chair of the portfolio committee to convene a meeting for reporting purposes. And that on its own, it's a weakness in relation to how the executive committee at the level of council must be held accountable. Hence I'm saying, have you thought of adopting a new governance model which gives a portfolio committee more powers to ensure that executive committee members are held accountable? Beyond that, let me just say that part of the issues as raised, I will simply say that on the issue of the consultants and consequent management, just to check with you, beyond the services that you may be utilizing for the same purpose, whether there may be other areas in which you solicit the assistance of the consultants to render services on your behalf, be it VAT and other related issues. And just to give us a sense in relation to how you are then implementing consequence management at the level of your council. But there was an issue with regard to internal control and non-compliance. I just want to check, because in terms of your report you are saying in progress. It may not tell me from where I'm seated if you are saying it's in progress, at which level. Can you be able to provide at a percentage level that this is how far you are in terms of the internal control and non-compliance? But I'm taking into consideration the view that you are saying it's in progress in that regard. Of course, on the issue of the revenue enhancement strategy, my colleague has spoken to it in terms of its effectiveness. But one would also say, how often are you able to review the strategy? When was the last time when that strategy was reviewed? Or when was the last time when that strategy is still in line with what it was meant for when it was adopted at the level of the council? But one area that I would also want to speak to is in that we create jobs. And we all know that there's job plan that guide us in terms of what we must do. I understand that there are two positions that are out in process. Can you just give us a sense in relation to when are you going to fill this position? Because from where we are, we understand that government decent jobs for our people. And I think that without just to say it is in process, we may want to get a sense as to how far are you that objective is met, because it's key in terms of fighting poverty wherever we're coming from. The other issue would be in relation to the implementation of valuation law. Just to give a sense, as in when you are implementing this new evaluation law, what are the lessons? What are the shortcomings? what is it that we could take from this evaluation role to ensure that we are able to be sure that things are going well as expected from that point. The last point would be on the issue of unfunded libraries. There was an indication that there's 15 million that you are incurring as a municipality. One has an interest to know, because in whatever you said was that that money should be utilized to give service to the people of Lephalale. And you have also made reference to a particular department that must take responsibility in that regard. But we're short of telling us in terms of the engagement with that department, so that there is surety that at a particular time you will have to cease to deal with this service, and that service is rendered by the relevant department. Just to check your engagement and the progress in relation to ensuring that that gets done, so that it does not from time to time continue to be part of the service that you must render, and so on. I thought that I've tried to summarize some of the issues as most of the issues as raised by my honorable members. I will not repeat on them, but just to say that these are some of the issues. If time permits, we could come back and want to get more in relation to these other issues. The last thing, you have spoken about illegal water connection, but you do not relate to us what is it that you are doing to cap that. Let me just check with you whether you have got a bylaw as a municipality that speaks to these issues of illegal water connection, and if there is a bylaw or a regulation, to what extent are you implementing that bylaw, and what are the spin-offs that come from the implementation of that bylaw? And if it is not there, when are you intending to have this bylaw as a regulator to ensure that you are able to deal with issues of illegal water connection? It may not be a bylaw. You may be using a framework or any other mechanism that you have deployed as a municipality to ensure that you are able to deal with that. If there's a mechanism or any framework, you could be able to tell us in that regard. Thanks very much, Two Chairs, for affording us an opportunity.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me just start by welcoming the presentation from the Mayor. I'm also covered by Honorable Nechifefe. My question, because it's based on institutional employee related, especially on that 58 position that are vacant. That's my question, because it's already explained about that one, Honorable Nechifefe. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We really encouraged by the report from the Mayor. We had a hope that we really have the municipality in that side of Lephalale. But I've got minimal questions to ask, because others have just raised by honorable members. I just want to ask the Mayor that what are the measures in place to deal with the government entities that are not paying their debt to the municipalities? Because the Mayor just explained to us, but he didn't tell us the actual measures that are in place. Because we had an interest as this committee, as
honorable members have stated that in terms of the appointing those 2 senior managers, how far are you? And the 58 positions or 58 vacancies that we spoke about, Mayor, is it funded vacancies or what? Also with regard to water loss, how are you calculating the water loss? Because sometimes it's started from the dam to the reservoir, which is not an area, or from the reservoir to the household. Just explain to us how do you measure those water loss. You have also spoken about the loss of electricity due to other means of electrification. Given the situation of the areas that you are operating, it's more of rural areas. I didn't hear you talking about the indigent report. Those kind of reports must be stated to us so that we know. One other thing is the emphasis of consequence management. Honorable members have just asked about it, but as an emphasis, how do you deal with these issues and consequence management? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Let me not repeat what anyone said, but I want to focus on the financial health of the institution. You make reference that your bank balance is positive at 135 million. But on that slide that we've got currently on there is that you've already committed 98 million rand year to date of your grant funding, which is a total of 220 million. So if you deduct the 120 million rand, or you could say that the 120 million of the 135 million is then allocated towards grant funding. So your actual financial health comparison, if you take the grant funding away, let's just remove the grant funding. So your cash balance in your institution is not that strong. It follows my second question. Why are you building a reserve of 10 million rand for Eskom? One. That's in your challenges and your mitigation slide. You also say that your challenges are that you are paying high electricity. One of the reasons why you've got a problem is that there's high electricity charges resulting to consumers switching. Now I've tried to search what is your high electricity charges, and block 1 and block 2 would seem to be reasonable, but block 3 and block 4 is above 3 rand per unit, if I'm correct. And if it's above 3 rand a unit, you're well above any other municipality in the province. And I'm struggling to argue, are you paying a premium at Eskom? And if you are paying a premium, why are you paying that premium? Have you not structured your billing from Eskom in such a way that you've got winter and summer charges or night and day charges in order to have the best possible revenue? I'm trying to understand the numbers around that, and I would like to have numbers. So what are you paying Eskom per unit? And what are you selling your units, especially block 3 and block 4? Because in your second block, you say one of your intervention is the reduction of your nominal minimum demand. So you want to go down from 40 megawatts from 40 MVA down to 25 MVA. So you want to reduce your electricity by more or less half. You want to bring in a solar plant of 100 megawatts. And you say that solar plant is going to be cheaper than ESCOM, or it's going to be providing you cheap electricity. Have you signed your service level agreement with that group, or that, let's call it the service provider? And what is that per unit? I'm trying to understand the numbers. You want to take over licenses from ESCOM in villages. But on the one hand, you are struggling to collect revenue on the other side, on villages. My question will be then directly, have you done a cost analysis on ESCOM's figures, on their collection rate in those villages that you want to take over? And what is their collection rate currently in those villages that you want to take over compared to yours? Because if I look at your collection rate, it's probably above the average of all municipalities. So I would say your internal financial system works pretty good, because you're collecting 95%. It's far above the average of all of our municipalities. So I would say your internal financial department and your debt relief department works well from a collection point of view. It would seem that. But on the other side, you are complaining that you've got a high debt. So I'm struggling to bring the two together. Your consultant that you appointed at 25 million rand, is that per month? Am I reading your numbers right? Is that 25 million rand per month that you're paying the consultant, under the consultants? And what is the total book value that you've given that consultant group? So you've handed over your 60 to 120 day book. So what is the value of that book that you have given to that consultant? What is your service level agreement in place with that? Is there a transfer of skills in-house or not, and why couldn't you do it in-house? Because I can argue, if I look at the figures, I could have a different argument. But what is that service level agreement? What are they supposed to bring in on top of that? So what is that split towards the consultant and towards your billing, taking off what you paid ESCOM? So my debt book is 100 million that I've given to the consultant, and that electricity cost me 80 million, then I want to refer towards the 20 million. I'm here sitting with my hat as the Provincial Treasury in that committee, because here we talk numbers, and I would like to hear numbers. So hopefully we can hear some numbers coming from you. And the last one will be the 1,934 water meters that you have installed. Appreciate that. But what is your goal? How many water meters is against what? How many? Because I'm sure that you haven't got 2,000 consumers or people in Lephalale. So are you aiming to install 100% water meters across Lephalale, or are you just aiming to install water meters at areas where you've got difficulties of collecting revenue in that space? Thank you.
I'm the last speaker, Chair. I believe so. Thank you for the opportunity, Chair. And once more, let me join my colleagues in welcoming the report. The presentation is made by the Honorable Mayor. is a team of women with only one thorn amongst the roses. So I felt for you, Mr. Malima. I saw you there's always a thorn amongst the roses. Now, I think my colleagues were able to cover me on a number of issues, but just taking it from where my colleague has left it on the debt collector. I think colleagues have gone to town on the issue of debt collector. But my interest will be, as you make an evaluation or an assessment as a municipality, I'm just not sure how long you've been with it. I think something that, as you respond, you might be able to share with us. But the question I have is, are you really seeing value for money? What you are spending vis-a-vis what they are able to correct back to the account of the municipality, do you see value for money? I think you'll be able to share with us. Now, on the UIFWE, also my colleagues were able to get deeper into it. But what I wanted to know is, how old is this debt? How old is this amount of UIF? I think you're saying it's 56 million. How old is it? What are the processes by council to clear the amount, which I know goes hand in glove with consequence management in the process of making sure that you meet the money. So I'm sure you'll be able to share with us. And I think Honorable Morris was able to indicate or just to ask as to what are the mitigation factors to ensure that you don't continue to incur the UIFWE. Now, on the matters, you are saying when it comes to ESCOM, it's only the current, which means you don't have historic debt with ESCOM. If it's true, then that's good. That's great. Then it means you have to make sure that you maintain that. But you say amongst the debtors is only DWS. And as you listen to it, I think Honorable Mahwai, the same thing I think was raised by, I can't remember whether it was I think it was Malakwena, that there's always an issue between the municipality and DWS, especially on the issue of the debt, specifically on the issue of who must take responsibility on the leakages. And I think more often it seems the department add that to the municipality to cover the cost. And I'm sure that's one issue that we might have to mitigate between the two, so that they don't always have a huge debt, basically not on the water that is consumed, but then the water that is lost in the process. Now, you are indicating the debt with the departments. So I wanted to check departments owing the municipality 35 million. I'm not sure whether it's included in your debt collector. Is he also dealing with the departments, or is only dealing with those that are your consumers that are from the villages or the townships? At least if you can share with us. But let me give you the strategy, Mama Action. Kana working strategy sa lo mo ke later ke tshulu. One more team. If the department doesn't pay you, wake up and switch off. They will come running. Because if you are going to continue to treat them the way you treat them, you just wake up and switch off. Believe me, they will come running. I will imagine coming in this building, find that there's no electricity. You must connect and do all these things. It means on that day, there's no waking. And they will come running, then that's when you will have to sit down and discuss. Because for interest's sake, I may ask, you had a meeting on the 25th of May with agriculture. Are you able to share with us what were the resolutions? Are they coming on board? Is you here under government debt? There was a meeting to address 373K. Now the question is, in that meeting, do we have a good story to tell? Or it was just excuses after excuses? But I can tell you, if you think you're going to resolve this meeting, they'll never pay you. You have to act. Because unfortunately, when you all ESCOM act, now look what Treasury has done to municipality. Truthfully, we're still going to hear how Modimolle-Mookgopong is going to survive beyond Treasury being stopped with the editorship. So I'm just saying, before you reach that stage, because if you don't do that, you are going towards that as well. Because if you owe ESCOM and they don't pay, and they're supposed to pay to the municipality, how are you supposed to survive going further? So I think, Chair, for now, that's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Afade. The second is complete. I'll just take this opportunity to make an introduction of my co-chair. I know we haven't introduced ourselves.
Lastly,
okay.
With due respect, the issue between DSEC and the municipality, the 90% of library services, which you continue to pay as an unfunded mandate, how are you recovering that from the Department of Sport? I think if you can share with us on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I was saying I want to afford my co-chair an opportunity also to engage on the presentation. Is Honorable Skuru, the Chair of Portfolio Committee on COGHSTA. Chair.
So you forgot to introduce yourself. It's fine. I'll do so. Honorable Tsoli Piedi is the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Provincial Treasury. So this is a joint it's a joint affair. Thanks. Let me start by appreciating the presentation by the Honorable Mayor, and also appreciate the fact that the municipality has adopted a funded budget for 2 consecutive years, the previous year and the current one. That is a sum-setting building on what Honorable Nkakarin Lephalale has said and advised. One of our tasks as the joint committees is to ensure that municipalities get the necessary support. The question that immediately follows is as to whether Lephalale local municipality receive support from COGHSTA, Provincial Treasury and National Treasury. And if the answer is in the positive, and it's in the affirmative, please expatiate. Honorable Lephalale's advice on the other measures to implement to maximize that you do that so that you move away from relying entirely on conditional grants. So I want to rephrase the question as posed by how is the municipality, how much does the municipality pay to the debt collector vis-a-vis what is retained in the assess value for money? Has the municipality explored the possibility of venturing into the solar? We need to be payment for service providers and states in fruitless and wasteful expenditure due to interest and penalties charged and service delivery disruptions. The question that immediately follows, are you paying your service providers in time? Tied to that, are you also paying the Provincial Department of Transport and Community Safety for what is due to them testing centers and vehicle testing stations. And public-private partnership. We have got mines in the area. What is it that are assisting the municipality? If we could be able to get the response to all these questions that we posed, one way or the other will be.
That you managed to engage with the presentation made by Honorable Mayor. I don't think mine have been covered. Only two things. Most of the charges are coming from the late payment to ESCOM, which also incurs interest from ESCOM. Knowing very well that the officials may be very casual on this, not take it serious, not thinking that it matters most. I'm just raising it because now we can see the seriousness. They do not comply. So it's a very serious business that we must consider and prioritize. The assurance I want to give to the municipalities on which the advice is relevant to you mayors. Remember, these questions are facing all the two mayors. Maybe it will be easier during your time to respond after that, because they will affect too smart or too smiling when you are owned by debtors. It will always affect the running of the municipalities. That is just an addition I want to make. With the municipality, particularly public works, on the structures that they have within your area. Can we have now an opportunity to give to Honorable Mayor and a team to respond to questions raised by Honorable Members? Honorable Mayor.
Thank you once again, Chairperson. Allow me to pick up one or two questions before I can allow my team to respond to some of the questions. On this one of section, I'm still new in the office. I've got only 1 month, but I do believe that they are going to hold me accountable so that we can have a good municipality. And secondly, on this one of 58 empty positions, if we have budgeted for, as we speak now, there are some interviews running in our institution on this one. Lastly, on the government employees who doesn't want to pay the municipality, especially for us to collect more revenue. It's true those employees that are from Matimba, Power Station, Mitupi, and Exam, and some of the business people there, they don't want to pay us. If we do the same thing that the Honorable Gagano was saying, that we must switch off for them, they are protesting. So, as the municipality, we wrote the letter to Treasury and COGHSTA to come and assist us to deal with this matter. Because to speaking, those people that are having lots of money, more than 40 to 50 M. That yes, they are having lots of money. So if maybe the committee can assist us to facilitate this thing of them paying their debts, I think we'll appreciate Honorable Chair. Allow me to hand over to my team so that we can answer all the questions. Thank you, Chair. MM.
Okay, thanks very much, Mayor. Chairperson, I can say we sit. Okay, thank you very much, my honorables. Through the Mayor, I will try to tackle the question, and I will also give to the CFO. In terms of the presentation, my honorable members, indeed administration did compile this particular presentation. We did checks, checks and balances, quality assurance and so forth. but sometimes as human we err. We erred when we said 497 instead of 493, and we apologize for that. It's a typo. But in terms of the content and the correctness of the presentation, we can assure that the information that is submitted to the committee, it is the correct information as per our books. And in terms of the issue, I will just try to grab issues. In terms of the issues of the MIC spending of 43% in March, remember, most of our MIG was in the Lephalale access road. The Lephalale is next to Thabo-Mbeki. We had rains from early December, January. There were floods, so the project was at a standstill, as the service provider could not proceed with the project. But as the municipality established the project steering committee, we then set weekly to make sure that we accelerate the progress on this particular project. And then to date, as we speak, as the financial year was closing, we're sitting at 94 at MIC, because we've got one project that was incomplete as at the end of the financial year, Thabo-Mbeki sewer. Yeah, Thabo-Mbeki sewer. But we have imposed the subcontractor, because the contractor is struggling financially, and we can assure the committee that the project is ongoing. But in all other ones, we are sitting at 100%. And when coming to WISIC project, the DWS project of water, we are using what we call the Schedule B. Is a Schedule B. So what we do the work. We submit invoices to the department pays the municipality. Yes, the allocation from dollar is 63, but the payment amount is around 133 million, because it's a Schedule B contract. So that is why there are discrepancies. It is the money that we receive from DWS. It was 133, as and when after we submitted our invoice, as and when the project were ongoing. In terms of revenue, we realized that our municipality, in terms of economic growth, it has reached a ceiling because of the economic downturn that was caused by COVID. Our principals sat down so that we can strategize on the issue of revenue base. Then we had a summit. In the summit, we explored options. One of the options was to have a solar being leased to, our property being leased to the third party to do solar, and the other one was that we do the IPP. We also came with the project for the Marapong strip mall, also the short-term lease for our municipal land around the industrial area, so that we can just try to ignite the economy of the town. To date, in terms of these projects, on the short-term lease, I've already signed almost 10 people who have expressed interest to have a less than 3 years short-term leases, so that they can come with different issues. The truck stops, where the trucks will fill, the diesel, the car wash from the mines, because there are specifications from the mines. So those smaller industries that are opportunities that are linked to the mines, we have tried to do that. And now we are getting the monthly, what we call the monthly rental fee for those areas. For strip mall, because it's a Section 33 process, we went to council, we went to Treasury and all the affected parties, also with the IPP and also with the solar plant. So the process are ongoing. When we are listing the solar plant, finally we reached at the end. We have signed the service level agreement, and the process will be starting. The IPP is still busy. Then so that they can do a study for us. And the reason being that if we have water in the villages and we take the license, because you remember they're still going to do a study to top. We had an audit. Then the audit gave us the results. They told us the issues that we need to deal with. Then one of those issues was the training of our personnel. Then we said, we are USP where we come with trainings and so forth and so forth. We strategized to say this is a priority. How do we deal with that now? We put it on the WSP for this financial year starting in July. It's not like we were sleeping on duty, but we had to conform so that we make sure that even when we do the training, we are not fined to have maybe transgressed one of the prescripts. So that's what we did, honorable members. I know it looks shabby and like we are not serious about issues of blue drops, but we are really adhering to that that audit that was performed and all those controls that we were told we need to deal with, which is what we have indicated on our presentation. And in terms of paying the service providers, we pay our service providers timelessly. And then on the use of consultant, our AFS, we do them internally. We use our internal resource. We are assisted by COGHSTA and Treasury 100% when coming to issues of the operation of the municipality. Maybe I must comment that we've got a very good relationship with Treasury and COGHSTA and SALGA as well. They assist us. What we do our financials internally, and then there are issues of actuaries and the assets. That is the one that we are outsourcing, but we are doing skills transfer, especially for assets, because actuaries are specialized skill. I think we will always outsource the actuaries work. So, but for this one of assets, we are really doing. We've got monitoring tools for the skills transfer, and then we have not yet adopted the government model in the municipality. So I think we take that as a comment. We'll sit with our offices and check how we effect that one. On consequence management, on UIFW, you'll recall that our unauthorized expenditure, they emanate from non-cash transaction, depreciation, that impairment, that is what caused the figure of 49 million. And then on issues of ESCOM, indeed it was a problem, but we did recoup from the relevant official. But what we did further, we went to ESCOM and said, let us have a debit order with you, so that every month then you debit the municipal account, then we'll never have this thing of interest. So we have entered into that arrangement. Then on ESCOM, we don't owe them anything. What we have municipality, we are purchasing 40. We have reserved 40 14. Yeah, MVA. 20 to 20, 18 to 20 during peak. So we went to ESCOM to say we are paying more, 300,000 100,000 for nothing every month. So we want to reduce because we see that we are not using this demand. At least we can have extra 5. We take it to 25 in case something drastic happens. Then you reduce to 25. So at first they said they needed a lot of money, I think around 180 million for us to give a guarantee. We said, but we're not owing you anything, but they said we reserve it. So we went into negotiations with ESCOM management and everybody there, up until we reached the figure of 10 million, that we can be able to reserve, to raise a guarantee of 10 million, then we'll start reaping the fruit of 300,000 every month. So that hence this thing of nominal of the NMD. And on consequence, I was still on electricity. Let me go back to the consequence management. During the Council of February, our board, our financial misconduct board, presented their report to council with all those recommendations that as accounting officer implementing. And the MPEG is also processing. On the one of fruitless expenditure of the cemetery, the investigation, I think it's due to be finalized. We received a draft report, we'll get the report so that we proceed on issues of consequence that we are having. They are being investigated and they are being followed. And on unfunded mandate libraries, we are engaging at DSAC. We also presented through Treasury. They are also assisting us. The Provincial Treasury will be entering the new MOU right now. So this is one of the things that we hope we are going to deal with it in the MOU that we are going to conclude in the current cycle, so that we make sure that we look at the benefits. I tried to grab this. On issues of debt collection, I'm going to give the CFO so that she gives you the correct percentages and assure you that we are getting value for money and also for the lessons learned from the valuation role. Maybe if you've got also the amount that we are buying ESCOM and what we are selling, and so that we shall have answered all the questions. I tried to make sure that we deal with everything. Maybe also deal with the indigent. Yes. Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson, and once more, good morning, honorable members and mayors and all present. I think I will try and touch where the accounting officer has missed, just to beef up the response from Lephalale Municipality. I think the use of consultant at this stage there, just to add there, is that we are preparing the EFS in-house, only outsourcing the actuaries, and I think currently we want the service provider to assist us with the implementation of the. Other than that, we are preparing the EFS internally. Then in terms of the asset, we have outsourced the asset. I think part of some of the slides we mentioned that we are capacitating the BTO for preparation of the financial statement. We have hired an in-house asset manager. We are gradually beefing up the asset department so that by the time, I think that contract is ending in the next financial, we outsource a portion of conditional assessment of an asset. So we have a strategy for reduction of the consultant also on the asset, so that we can furtherly reduce the use of consultant. Then coming back into, in terms of the revenue for Lephalale Municipality and the strategies that we are implementing to make sure that we are remaining financially viable. We have implemented the prepaid electricity system. We have customers on prepaid so that they can buy and consume, which has assisted us. Hence, we are saying electricity is a key revenue source from our side. Touching on the answer of the electricity, how do we pay ESCOM and the charge? We have done a cost of supply with NERSA, and NERSA has challenged us in terms of, to the extent of affordability of the customers before they have approved our cost of, and then they are cost effective and affordable to our customers. And we can share the cost of supply for NERSA for the previous financial year, and then also for this upcoming financial year to share the details. Then I think the other strategies that we are implementing is, we started by implementing the prepaid electricity, and then the second one, we are doing percentage blocking. We have measures that we've put in place to also make sure that we keep our customers. If a customer is doing well, we even giving them a relief of 1.5%. And then for customers that doesn't want to come, if you come for a payment arrangement as well, we give you a relief of interest for 12 months as well, so that you can come out of the red zone, and then you service your current account and deal with your debt. If you're not coming forth with we have optimized our prepaid I'm not coming forth to do the payment arrangement. And then that system, if I'm buying electricity, it takes a certain percentage to service my debt. And that's why you see we look like resilient in terms of the electricity collection rate. But then the issue of the high debt book as well, in terms of other sources of electricity, also Tabombeki Township, and also the villages that we are servicing for roads, sanitation, and waste. And this is where the issue of us thinking of in terms of collection. And then we end up taking that revenue and servicing those villages whereby we don't even collect a cent, which is putting a burden on the 6% against the norm. So on that one, with the minimum that we are collecting from town and other areas for basic charges, we need also to say are not actually collecting. Hence the assertion to say we need to do a business case and look at if we have to take over ESCOM. And maybe it's something whereby forums like this can also explore. Because we get a grant, we build the infrastructure, we give it to ESCOM. ESCOM is collecting electricity at the villages, but the municipality must go there. I think that is the predicament. In turn, that is also affecting our debt book. We have a debt book, I think, at the end of March of about 800. Historical, because one of the challenges is that the municipality was not writing off uncollectible debts. I think we started that maybe in the past 5 years, but the amount is huge that when you look at our municipality, because the revenue is about 888 million. And then actually, if we want to do repairs and maintenance, we need to maybe provide the service. And then on the high side, we're sitting with uncollectible debt of 170 million. We are writing it off at stake. This financial year, which is ending now, we wrote off something like 42 million. So we decided that because we need to trade off the uncollectible debt, while we're still giving service, we rather write off gradually. As when you look at financial health of the institution, you always have to trade off and optimize and not compromise the service delivery. So that is why we had a high debt book. And then we have also hired the debt collector, which of that is about 3.7% of the collection. And then also we hand over accounts that are not prepaid related, because where there is prepaid electricity, we switch off, training us on credit control as part of the skills transfer. I think that is one thing in terms of the overall of the revenue and the debt management. Then the other thing, we look at the other municipality wanted to increase the revenue base by coming up with the implementation of the solar so that with the solar we can maybe buy electricity cheaper, and then it will save us from high charges of electricity and maybe retain our customers. And then the other one, the reduction of NNB is going to also save the municipality about 4 million per year when we share. So that is in a high level how we managing the revenue base of the municipality. And then in terms of the implementation of the valuation role, I think it was also the section 33 where implementation is finalized, and then we are currently effecting that valuation role, and then we hope is also another revenue enhancement of the municipality. And then I think the other one, I think in terms of the more especially that is going to help us in areas whereby the electricity distribution license is with ESCOM. So we will restrict to make sure that those people from and service their water, sort of their water accounts or their service accounts. And then hence we say maybe if it's possible to get into the memorandum of agreement in those areas, because most of our debt is coming from those areas whereby we don't have the electricity license. In terms of the government debt, so COGHSTA is assisting us, but we take the advice that I think the mayor also got the message. We're going to switch off the government departments to make sure, because they are possible for maybe for COGHSTA also to pay us on behalf of those departments in the long run, to say, because they're given money, you take money to them, but they don't, because we give them the service. Something to look at as when we improve as the municipalities. I think I've covered most of the things. Thank you very much.
Very much, Mayor and your team, for responding to questions raised, and I hope some are also recommendations. Honourable members, we still have a bite on something that I think.
The CFO made recommendation, a proposal that she will share certain information with the committee. I asked that at the end of the discussion that you just put it for those those things that are not easily available here, but that they share with the committee. Thank you.
Session is to make sure that we support each other and get a better government and better services to our people. That is the main intent. In order to avoid UIF and WE, because the T is already, if you don't get it means it will be fruitless exploitation. Even if you are not angry, you must just eat. Very good.
Oh, sorry. Yeah?
Just to let our honorable members and members to call it off, no problem. We're versatile.
So, well, what we can say, we have 5 municipalities. Thank you very much, Chairpersonship, honorable members, colleagues. Yes, you will recall, recently, National Treasury, there are grounds, 3 grounds that may spark this off. And the most prominent is the UIFWE and District Municipality of Lephalale, Local Municipality of Fetahomo, the one of Musina, Tabazimbi, and Musina got some pro rata share of that because they complied with certain conditions, one of which is look at the new submissions about the 3 outstanding, which will be dealing with what is outstanding to them and see what comes out. We will the constitutionality thereof, etc., or otherwise, but it also is an eye-opener. Because in most cases, we are used to situations we take advantage because I saw something that my friend has put out there regarding provincial government, and just to correct certain things that, yes, indeed, National Treasury had given us notice of intention. We as provincial treasury were not responsible for payment of utility control measures such as, most of our properties are not registered. And it will be an audit query if you pay something that is not registered. You first have to deal with those that are currently open. But we are in full charge of that situation. We have had interactions with National Treasury. We have given sufficient grounds for us to be allowed to deal with it. And we're working with all provincial departments. We cannot account because there are certain national departments in the province which may be carrying quite bigger chunks. That will be somewhat different. And there will be those that, in fact, as we speak, some have partially been paid as we speak, which is why the action will not, in respect of the municipalities that are affected by the withholding. I must acknowledge that they may have not done what needed to be done. We had what I can call a roadshow in the month preceding the passing of budgets, what should be done, etc. As if we were to be vindicated, it was then found that some will unavoidably be, as the province or as provincial treasury, have slept on duty or something like that. It has nothing to do with us. It has to do with those who must account. And what we can say is that together.
Thank you very much.
You want to speak on it? No, I understand, Honorable Modimolle, I think we made an omission from the beginning when we were adopting. I'm coming to you then. Sorry for that, but I just want to highlight the House attention. But let me allow Honorable Madam to just to submit that concern. It's important, and we take it very seriously, Chair.
To run the municipality smoothly. So they must always, because this is the report that the mayor signs, they received on monthly basis and submit that. Those mayors and the management were not hands-on in terms of what they're supposed to do on their daily responsibilities. So let's not move away from that. We're on the right track.
Remarks by the MEC. I'm just worried, MEC, about the proactiveness. Because, but as you make remarks here, you are indicating there is work that is being done, and you are still to update the portfolio committees. To me, I think that should have been done already. I would. So how far have you been assisting or interfacing with the National Treasury regarding these matters? And there are municipalities that have been affected, including the board, but you are able to explain to us, as to update us as to what is being done by on government side, but updated. So that's proactiveness, according to me. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think as Honorable Matabu, thank you very much. Honorable Matabu has guided us, and it's exactly how it should be. We take it with both two hands. Without much ado, thank you very much, MEC, for that.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me greet you first, our two chairpersons. Greetings to our representatives from our stakeholders, departments that are here, our labor unions. Our portfolio committee on COGHSTA and Provincial Treasury, which we've got 6 of them, 2 or 6 here. Let's go to the next slide. The background. Municipalization with the change in both political head and accounting officer. All council committees are functioning well, even though a concern was the municipality provision of basic services has improved as a result of a functional technical war room which monitors service delivery performance and ensures that we spend 100% of the municipal infrastructure grant, which is MIG, an integrated national energy program, runs by end of June 2026. Next slide. Approved in August 2024. The municipality is struggling to collect a revenue and pay off bulk service providers. Revenue enhancement plans require funding. However, a service provider has been appointed to assist with credit control actions and also to perform revenue enhancement actions in stability. The PMT comprises of the Mayor, Councillor M. Mboweni, which is me, the Speaker, Councillor MS Langa, and the Chief Whip, Councillor MS Daima. Institutional Health Governance. Council has appointed Mr. L.C. Malema, incumbent as CFO, and all other Section 56 positions have been filled. MPEG has been established and now functional. MPEG researcher have been appointed. Person and also has an ICT steering committee meeting on a quarterly basis. Institutional health spatial strategies. The experiencing constraint of land availability, and therefore we do not have land for development and no new town township establishments. And the Department of Land and Rural Development for availability of land. The municipality has 23 informal settlements and all are in the process of being formalized. Institutional health, planning, budget and reporting. IDP budget for 2026-2027 was conducted in line with the budget process schedule that was approved. Is done on a monthly and quarterly basis in terms of section 71 and 52 of the MFMA, and reports are downloaded as per the M-Square requirement, which was approved by the Council in August 2024. All section 27 managers have been appointed. The head count of employees was conducted by it, and quarterly performance reviews are done. The municipality local labor forum is functional even though there is a standing dispute. Finalizing of the master list by SALGA for finalization of the matter. Okay. The municipalities approved 2027 MTRAPs remain unfunded due to an amount of 1.5 billion owed to ESCOM, which can only be settled by June payment plan. The municipality, due to long outstanding debt to ESCOM since 2016, has always been faced with poor cash flows and has significant financial on an annual basis, cannot over the current outstanding accounts of both the bulk services providers, and this is the main contributor to the budget. In response to the unfunded budget, the municipality has developed and implemented budget funding plan and financial recovery plan. The funding plan was adopted along with the weekly to monitor performance on the implementation of the reviewed revenue enhancement strategy. Most actions on the revenue enhancement strategy require financial relief program, and it has converted 7,500 electricity meters to prepaid. Financial for repairs and maintenance of infrastructure in the 2026-2027 financial year. The municipality has spent 100% of all allocated funds for all service delivery issues and ensures that we respond to maintenance calls on time. Labor-intensive repair program have been started by the municipality. Financial health distribution losses. The distribution losses has been reported at 17% and 40% for electricity and water respectively as at the end of the May 2026. Loss mitigation strategy and non-technical losses. I'm going to start with the technical losses. Vegetation management on a regular basis. Replacement of damaged post insulators. Replacement of damaged dropout fuse units. On non-technical losses, we are going to implement social care. Area metering substation and feeder levels. Purchase smart ready prepayment meters to replace all those domestic bypassed faulty meters and where no meters were installed. Conversion of all meters to smart prepaid to identify illegal connections in time. Back to base strategy in water. We have got 6 strategies. The first one is the replacement of management strategy, replacement of faulty meters, improved turnout times, illegal connection, billing of all metered consumers. In our 3 main townships, The following are actions plans currently implemented to improve the collection rate. The municipality implementation of revenue enhancement strategy is monitored. The municipality has developed and partially implemented revenue enhancement strategy. The municipality has appointed financial health revenue collection. The process for meter audit is currently being finalized to improve billing inaccuracies. Council has also approved that for all customers owing the municipality, 40% of their electricity prepaid purchases will be allocated to the outstanding debt. This process will start to be implemented from August metering, and this has improved collections and reduced distribution losses. Continuous ward meetings are held to educate the consumers on payment of services. The budgeted amount is 335 million. Total percent revenue first operational grants 169 million, 17%. And other revenue. The Operation Patala is being held to monitor performance on the implementation of the revenue enhancement strategy. Financial health creditors. What global creditors there? There are up to 10. Starting with ESCOM, amount here 1.5 billion. Mahalis Water, 31 million. Salga, Regulator, 24 million. CGCL Pty Ltd, 19 million. Auditor General, 7 million. TMA Consulting Engineers, Baba Patters, they've been paid. ABSA Vehicle Management Solution, 5 million. Sasu Consulting and Project Managers, but it's also been paid. It was 4 million. Punene Makopo Risk Solutions, we owe them 2 million. Basai the holding, Epate Juliana, 1 million. In total, Rokolota 1.6 billion. As Modimolle-Mookgopong municipality. Next slide. The municipality has entered into payment agreement with the major creditors as follows. Number 1, ESCOM. Payment of 4.5 million per week and 30 million during receipt of equitable shares. Mahalis. Payment of 2.5 million per month and additional 4.5 million during the month when equitable shares are paid. AXA. A monthly debit order of 5,000 and from December 2025, an additional payment of 1 million is done per month. The total outstanding will be paid by end of August 2026. CGCL. A withholding of 40% of prepaid revenue on a monthly basis. Salga. Agreed on a yearly payment of fees and in the process of engaging to write off fees billed since 2016 to 2023. ABSA. A payment of 7,000 per month. Next slide. Financial governance, UIFWE and consequence management. The municipality confirms that for some time in the previous year, Municipal Public Accounts Committee MPAC was not fully functional and most unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditures could not be investigated in full and recommendations not made since the financial year 2020. The municipality has in the financial year 2024-2025 reviewed the composition of the Municipal Public Accounts Committee and ensured that training is offered to the new appointed committee members. The municipality, since the Municipal Public Accounts Committee became functional, managed to investigate all incidences of UIFWE as at 30 June 2024, and Council took a resolution to write off an amount of 323 million of irregular and fruitless expenditure as per audit AFS for the 2024-2025 financial year. The municipality has also, on the 29th of June 2026, resolved to write off additional amount of 671 million of UIFWES in recoverable. Next slide. Financial governance, UIFWE and consequence management. The municipality has reviewed the UIFWE reduction strategy, and the same was approved by Council on the 29th of May 2026. Below is the updated summary of the UIFWE register at 30 June 2026 before audit. Financial governance, UIFWE and consequence management again. The municipality acknowledges that very limited referrals were made to the Financial Misconduct Board, whose term expired at the beginning of the 2025 financial year. However, Council has appointed the new Financial Disciplinary Board and approved the Financial Misconduct Policy on the 30th of October 2025. Members of the committee were formally appointed by the accounting officer on the 11th of November 2025. The disciplinary board is now functional and has already held a meeting in February 2026 and is busy with investigations. In terms of the workflow, the first report of the Financial Misconduct Board will be submitted to Council in the next ordinary Council meeting scheduled for the 31st of July 2026. The delays in finalization of the Disciplinary Misconduct Board was due to the resignation of the Audit Committee, who was serving on the board. Financial governance audit outcomes. The municipality has received a qualified audit opinion in the 2024-2025 financial year with a material reduction of issues raised by the AXA. The following is the audit outcomes in the past 3 years. 2022-2023 we received adverse, 2023-2024 qualified, 2024-2025 also qualified. The municipality has sustained a qualified audit outcomes in the 2025 financial year with a reduction of 40% material matters reported by the AXA. Material findings on revenue, receivable and assets contributed to a qualified audit opinion. Interim AFS has been prepared for the 9 months ended 31 March 2026. On service delivery projects implemented, we have got 14 wards here, and the projects are mentioned here that are going to be implemented. On the funder, they are funded by, the first one will be funded by MIG, the second one also MIG. Or maybe let me explain the progress of Yaton. Yamatoma Yamo, what 11 more 60%, what 80 more 99%, what 10 more 100%, what 8 and 13 100%, what 14 bid awarded, all wards planning stage, what 2 more construction stage. And then let me finish with the last one here, what 1 and 3. They are upgrading of internal water and sewer recirculation pipelines in Lephalale and Lesedi Township. A more bid awarded. WSG. Okay. Challenges and resolutions. We've got challenge number 1, aged infrastructure. More proposed solutions, preparation of business plans for grant funding, assets refurbishment, encouragement of private-public partnership with institutions and NGOs. Challenge number 2 is technical capacity and limited human resources. The solution is organizational re-engineering, review of organogram, filling of critical positions. Challenge number 3, lack of service delivery equipment, yellow machinery. Preparation of business plans for grant funding. Provide budget from own funding. The last one is poor revenue generation collection. Intensify credit control and debt collection to cover the whole municipality. Identify new revenue sources. Bill all customers receiving services. It was not the last one. High distribution losses. Installation of bulk meters at specific supply points. The last one will be insufficient budget to fund O&M and unfunded budget. Allocation 8% of budget for O&M, limit operating expenditure to anticipated real revenue collection targets. Thank you. That was all.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Take your seat. Thanks, Honorable Mayor, for the presentation. Before I call for members of the team to make additions, I want viewers at home to know and understand that Modimolle-Mookgopong is part of the 5 municipalities that were named and shamed for non-compliance. And the other municipalities are Tabazimbi, local municipality, Mosina, local municipality, Mopani, district municipality, and Fetahomu, Tubatsi municipality. If you look at them, they are covering the whole of Limpopo. You start from the far end, Tabazimbi, you go to the border next to Zimbabwe, you find Modimolle-Mookgopong. At the center, you find Mopani district municipality. At the far east, we have got Fetahomu, Tubatsi local municipality. And when you try to listen to the report, although the mayor did not specify the reasons as to why they were put as part of the 69 municipalities at national level, which funds were withheld, we can discover that, we can pick up that there's a challenge of unfunded budget. That is number one. Number two, we are talking of a staggering 1.6 billion rand that is being owed to service providers. You also have got your unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure that needs to be addressed. We have got the challenge of financial losses that are not recovered by the municipality. And also, we don't hear of corrective action that was taken by those who have dragged the municipality into the quagmire it finds itself in. So we are in a dire situation. Even before our honorable members are still going to pose questions, I just wanted to put it there up front that we are in a serious crisis. Let me leave it there and allow the Speaker and other members of the team to make additions to the report if any. And I'm not discouraging you to come, just come forward. Let's start with the Honorable Speaker. I'm going to point you one by one. Honorable Sina Langa, come to the front. And Ed. Well, I must not hurry, just relax. I'm driving this issue.
Chairpersons, and greetings to the House and the committee, and our honorable mayors and colleagues. Chair, I think our honorable mayor would have a presentation that we have agreed on and prepared it. Just that on our presentation, we don't have the remedy to action plan of our challenges as the municipality. But as the committee and the House, as you know, our municipality is a hub municipality. We are operating with 28 councillors, 14 from ANC, 7 from Democratic Alliance, 3 from VF Plus, and then 4 from EFF. So most of the time, we are not agreeing in council. We have some challenges. We do manage to pass some other documents that are there, or items in council. Some we are not agreeing. At other times, councillors are walking away from council meeting, so we could not proceed. And on the other issue of the financial, the hold of the National Treasury funds, equitable share. One of the reasons I saw it was the issue of UWIF, and we were having challenges on our MPEC committee. MPEC, they couldn't sit because of these challenges that I was raising. Especially when they were supposed to sit, there were some apologies from other members to say we've been appointed to political duties, we are not attending. I remember the last time when Tate Tobela was the MM, we did the intervention on the MPEC committee, myself and MM Tate Tobela when he was present, and the corporate manager, director. We did agree with them to make sure that they are perusing their issues as the MPEC committee, and we did even take them to Makudu Tama municipality to go there for 2 days to benchmark as the MPEC committee, so they can be able to peruse their work. But those were some of the disappointment that we did receive from our councillors. That's all what I can say, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Councillor Natasha, 18 mm on the man. It's your turn.
Thanks, Honorable Chair, and greetings to the members of the joint portfolio, and also greetings to colleagues and Honorable Mayor and Speaker for the both municipalities. I think mine was just to come in to put a bit of context on the issues that made the municipality not to receive equitable shares, and what has been done with those issues since they were raised by Treasury since December. I think maybe first let me deal with the issue of unfunded budget, which talks directly to the fact that we're owing ESCOM 1.5 billion. From 2016, after coalition, it was discovered that the municipality don't break even. Our cost of supplying electricity doesn't match the income that we are generating. And from that time, the municipality up until 2024 has been engaging ESCOM and NESA to ensure that we align our tariffs. We did a cost of supply study submitted to ESCOM, which for the previous 3 years, 2023-24, 2024-25, and 2025-26, ESCOM has been, NESA has been at least allowing us to increase our tariff to try and match the cost of supplying that service. As I'm speaking today, on the electricity service side, is that for the financial year 2025 and 2026, ESCOM has charged us for the year 306 million for rendering of the service, and we've billed our consumers only 301 million. Meaning already before you take into account the cost of rendering the service, just from the bulk purchases side, you've got a deficit. Even if you collect 100%, there's a deficit. But then we went and we then did an investigation and to find out but why. And the reason that find ourselves in this situation is the fact that our meters, 90% of our meters are not charging in terms of time of use. We are still using flat rate, increasing flat rate, and ESCOM is charging us on time of use. And that gap, because we then need to change all our 14,000 meters to be time of use compliant, which obviously needs additional funding for us to do that, which is the problem, because the discrepancy is always in the month when in the high season month, your May, June, July, and which makes that gap. And hence, we are engaging ESCOM currently. We are talking to them in terms of the current payment plan that we are having, but also even tomorrow we are having a meeting with them to negotiate this distribution agency agreement, so that ESCOM can take over the service of electricity, but obviously taking into account the commitments, financial commitments that we're having, and also the issue of salaries. That is on the unfunded budget. Coming to UIFW, I think Speaker has said a mouthful to say, since 2019, there has never been any investigation on UIFWE, and this expenditure has been increasing until in the year 2023-24, when there was a review of the composition of MPEC, which was done and approved by Council, and there were trainings and workshops that were attended by those members. Hence, we are seeing that in 2024-25, MPEC said investigated all matters, got a report to Council, writing off some of the expenditure and recommending for additional investigation by the Financial Misconduct Board. As we are speaking, at the end of 2023-24, we had a 1 billion UIFW. We are now remaining, today as we're speaking, 130 million, which is made up of 3/4 of UIFWE, which MPEC is yet to finalize. But there's been a movement, like I'm indicating, if you compare the two financials, 2023-24 and 2025-26, there's been a movement of around 98% in terms of UIFWE reduction. But also, that financial misconduct is still busy finalizing the investigation. But safe to indicate that there are 4 cases already
Thanks, MM. The UIFWE that is speaking about is unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. The last one would be the CFO, acting CFO. Can you come to the phone? You are not going to make a presentation, you're just adding.
I'm just adding, I just made some notes.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to the House. I think the MM has covered a lot. Just from my side to add, the Chairperson said that there's 1.6 billion that the municipality is owing to creditors, but if you check, there's also 1.6 billion that consumers are owing to the municipality. So we are struggling with that non-payment culture coming from our consumers. And we know without any funds coming in, it handicaps the municipality further to deliver services and to also pay the debts according to the payment plans that we've entered into. Currently, our collection rate is sitting at 52%. The water collection rate is what's dragging us down. It's at 37% at the moment. On electricity, we are doing well at 85%, but although there is still a slight room for improvement there. I think the corrective measures that we would like to take as a municipality is, especially on the water side, the water revenue collection side, is we would like to implement the smart prepaid meters, but obviously we would need some funding for that. We can't fund it out of our own internal budget. The corrective measures that we are taking at the moment to recover the monies is like the MM has indicated, we've appointed a service provider called COGHSTA that is assisting us to cut electricity on consumers, but that's only yielding a little bit of results. We would like to implement the 40% deduction on prepaid electricity purchases to service old debt on consumer accounts. I've had a slight issue on implementing that on the Moonsoft system side, but safe to indicate from the month of August, I believe that we will be implementing that process. Thank you.
Thanks, Acting CFO. Honorable members, now this time I'm going to start from the far end coming this way. Where is the mic? Give it to Honorable Osman. And members will ask him to do
Thank you, Honourable Chair. It's my understanding that CG Cell have been with you guys since 2019, if I'm right, 2018, 2019. And I just wanted to confirm that appointment. I don't want to say what information I've got before me, but I have got previous information from within the municipality in terms of documentation. Honourable MM, you made, or CFO, the issue about the billing of ESCOM 306 against 301, paying, you know, that billing, and time of usage. Time of usage has been instituted in the municipality, if I'm correct, 21-22, somewhere there, 21-22. And I've got data here that proves to that contrary. My question would be, why does it take that long then to go over to making sure that your end users actually is on time of usage? And if you couldn't if you couldn't change the end user to pay what you would go to ESCOM, why wouldn't you just stay on the flat rate? You understand? In order, because you can't do on the left and not do on the right. And that is my one concern. I was just doing a few sums. You're paying ESCOM 80 million without treasury, without your equitable share per month. 18 million. 4.5 million per week is 18 million. Your electricity losses is 17%, which is round figures on that amount of 26 to 30 million rand per month. It's another 4 million. Your interest rate is another 6 million. There's no way that you can keep to your commitments with ESCOM without breaching it on a month-to-month basis. And I was reading the regulations that was set out by Treasury when you go into these regulations plan. And simply put, Chair, just like we sometimes need to, I don't want to call the word support state-owned entities or other departments financially in order to come up with a recovery plan. If you are going to implement smart readers, smart meter readers, or turn around your end users to also have a pay-as-you, time-pay method. I'm just pity that the Municipal Treasury is not here. But that cost or that business plan must be funded somehow from a provincial side and get return on investment over a period of time as the institution runs. I was looking at your ESCOM account and your ESCOM billing and your CG cell commitment bills of 2021, 22, whole 8-month billing, and I saw where you were then and where you are now, and I'm very concerned of the regression. And Chair of Treasury, I do think that there's a note that we have got to make to say how do we do a proper turnaround strategy from an administrative point of view, probably invoking, I'm not saying 13915 or something, but the elections are here. But there is a need for a provincial or a national intervention, because there's no way with your income stream, you will just go backwards. I can guarantee you by the end of December, we will add another 200 million or 100 million rand to your 1.6. There's definitely no way. But thank you, Honourable Chair. I will move the mic on.
Thanks very much. Two chairs. One is just on institutional instability. As you were detailing, it's very clear that you don't find each other to carry out the services to the people. The question that arises is what needs to be done if you can't find each other, because you must be able to service the people. You are obliged, you are public representatives. I just want to check as to what becomes the role of the ethics committee with regard to ensuring that those that are not attending to meetings as directed by the office of the speaker are able to account. And what becomes the role of the speaker in that regard in dealing with deviant conduct. Because as presented, it does not give us hope that if the situation continues to be like this, we may think that services will be able to go to the people. It's very difficult to come to that determination given that which you have said. But I think we should get a sense in relation to the corrective measures that you are taking to ensure that there is stability, and tell us as to what becomes the role of the Rules and Ethics Committee if it exists. If it does not, what are the interventions in place to ensure that you deal with that? It's very worrying if we have such challenges at that level, because the people of that municipality are looking at you with services, but instead people choose not to attend to meetings. So I think we might try and get a sense of what are you doing in that regard. The other issue would relate to the unfunded budget, and what you also refer to as a funded budget, that which you have adopted to mitigate the risks attached to unfunded budget. Just to get a sense as to, given the adoption of the funded budget, can you give us confidence that you will be able to deliver the services to the people of that area, the residents of the 14 wards in that municipality? But also you spoke about the 52% below the budget collection of 70%. Just to get a sense as to what is it that you are doing to ensure that you are able to move away from this difficulty, because I take it as a challenge, a very serious difficulty that you were expected to be collecting at 70% and you are at 52%, just to get a sense of what is it that you are doing at that level. You also speak about meter audits. I just want to check, when was it established, and what are the spin-offs in relation to the implementation of the meter audit as a mitigation against the challenges that we have with regard to auditing, and understanding that audit is one of the regimes that has got areas that we must consider so that we are able to arrive at the audits that we want. There was an indication of non-payment culture. Can you clarify us as to what is it that you are doing to move out of this situation? There are 14 was, you have mentioned that 3, not sure that 3 was that have been formalized, but let's get a sense as to whether is this reference of non-payment of culture referred to formalized areas? And if it is not reference to formalized areas, when are you intending to formalize some of the areas so that you are able to collect? I think the last question would just be on that which was set as the contextualization of the withholding. And how are we going to deal with the issue of the unfunded budget, but also the amount that is owed to ESCOM to the tune of 1.6 billion. But you also speak about the deficiency. And I want to check as to why there's this deficiency. And what is it that you intend doing to correct the situation, given the sense that there's 90% that which is not charged in times of use. And I think we need to get an understanding in terms of how are you going to deal with that going forward. Just to summarize, we should be able to welcome the report, but also speak to issues in relation to consequence management, but also what is it that we are doing to ensure that there's improvement in relation to the audit. You say you are at a qualified level. What is it that you are projecting to move you out of the categories of those that have been qualified by the Auditor General? Because it's our view that you must also move or go beyond the qualification. But there's much that needs to be done. And I think you have got a lot that you must do to change the situation as is. Thanks very much, the two chairs.
No, thanks, Chair. Let me welcome the report as represented by the Mayor of Modimolle-Mookgopong Municipality. Chair, I would want to join my fellow honorable member here in decrying the 52% collection rate, which is far below the budgeted collection of 70%. It's indeed a very serious challenge, Bumajo. I want to check, because part of, in the presentation, I got the sense that there was this establishment of Operation Lephalale as part of revenue enhancement strategy. I just want to check how assisting is this strategy in ensuring that at least the municipality is able to collect? Or can we safely say that the list that you are able to collect is on the basis that you do have this operation pattern? There is this issue of CGCEL, which I guess it's a service provider that has been employed by the municipality with regard to the same issues of collection. How effective is this CGCEL in assisting you with regard to collection, if it does exactly that? Because my guess is that we can't just have a service provider who's there being paid, but we are not realizing the fruit of the task that is expected to perform. Is it really assisting the municipality to move forward? Chair, the other issue is that in terms of the presentation, it is indicated that ESCOM is owed 1.5 billion, and with the payment plan that has been crafted, it's expected that that amount will be settled by the end of June 2028. Is it practical? Is that really practical that by the end of June 2028, the municipality would have money to settle their account with ESCOM in terms of the payment plan that you have crafted? An amount of 1.5 billion. Unless if I might have misread it, but that's what I got as I went through the presentation. That there is this understanding by the municipality that by the end of June 2028, they would have settled ESCOM. Of course, also taking into account the indication that they are paying ESCOM about 4.5 million per week. So I'm just checking the practicality of that assertion. If that could be clarified, how possible is it going to be done? I just want to check again that, of course, the municipality has clearly identified that if they could utilize smart meters, that would assist them in dealing with a lot of issues. But it was also made clear that it won't be possible, with the addition is made by the CFO, that it won't be possible for the municipality to get the smart meters with their own revenue. What is it that the municipality is doing? How is it going to secure funding to be able to get the smart meters? Which of course, the municipality explicitly indicate that would be able to assist them in ensuring that they are able to get the necessary revenue from the people. It can't be correct just to identify what can assist you and don't come with a way of achieving that. Because what becomes critical is how do we then ensure that there is a resolution of the challenge that the municipality is facing. Chair, I also wanted to check with the leadership of the municipality. The issue of the financial misconduct board. It has been indicated in the presentation that only few cases were referred to the financial misconduct board. I would like to check why. There was also, in addition, an explanation given that the Financial Misconduct Board at some point in time could not function well because there was a resignation by one member of the audit committee. I'm just trying to check, can really the resignation of one individual paralyze the functionality of an institution? If that was the case, why didn't the municipality respond as urgent as possible so that they are able to fill whatever vacancy? That would have been arresting the progress in addressing other matters of the municipality. I agree you can't just have a resignation, a committee that has become dysfunctional because other people are not there. You don't move with speed to ensure that other people are brought into the space so that the committee is able to perform its task. Chair, I also want to check with the municipality. Let me just say, of course, in the midst of this gloom, that of course the report pains of the municipality, I'm encouraged that at least they were able to perform well with regard to the MIG. They were able to perform well. We must acknowledge that it can't be as if all else is just gloom. At least there is a flicker of hope somewhere. There is light somewhere flickering. And we need to encourage that. I must also indicate my displeasure, of course, with regard to the 61 million of fruitless expenditure. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure. It can't be. It really can't be. Major, it's unacceptable. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The fact that it's fruitless and wasteful expenditure. 61 million. In the midst of the challenges that the municipality is facing of revenue collection, but it is so easy to indulge itself in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. It can't be right. Chair, the other issue I wanted to check with the municipality, of course, there is an indication that, of course, the municipality faces a serious challenge of availability of land or unavailability of land. And it's indicated that there are engagements with the COGHSTA as well as rural development for land availability. I just want to check if is that only a statement or there is really disengagement? Can there be proof that there are engagements on that score? Lastly, Chair, in the presentation, of course, it has been indicated that the budget for maintenance it's below the norm, but it has not been explicitly indicated. What is it? What percentage is the municipality at? I guess if one could be taken on board with regard to that, so that we get to understand what really happened. Lastly, Chair, with regard to the performance in terms of grants, capital grants, yeah, there are those with 100%, but you know, the overall performance of the municipality with regard to grants has been brought down by WISIC and Municipal Disaster Recovery Grant. WISIC, it's 23% spent, 23%. And the Municipal Disaster Recovery Grant is 14%. That has brought the overall percentage in terms of performance with regard to the capital grants to that low. I guess it's below 40, it's around 40% or 43, I'm not mistaken. So the municipality must be clear on what measures are being put in place, ensuring that these grants are executed, they are used, they are utilized timeously, so that they are able to address the service delivery challenges that our people are experiencing. I thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. And thanks to the wonderful presentation by the Mayor and the team. Of course, much has been said. I'll just have about 3 or 4 questions. Now, the state of the municipality as it is now, we are all agreed that it's like actually I can say it's sort of dysfunctional, given the operation is presented, and it needs to be resuscitated. But what is critical as well is the organogram that you said has been approved. But in terms of that organogram, we've got a vacant position of the municipal manager. The current one is active. I just want to understand how far are we in terms of the recruitment process with regard to the appointment of the municipal manager. So meaning that this one is directed straight to the mayor. Then 2, in the presentation, you indicated that one of the constraints is the non-availability of the land, meaning that the municipality will not be able to grow, will not be able to develop. Then how far is your interaction with the department concerned regarding the availability of the land, in particular the department of COGHSTA? Yes, we agree with the presentation with regard to financial recovery plan, which you presented. You indicated that there is operation strategy. How is the community responding? Is it palatable? How is the community responding to this strategy, operation pattern? Because we might have a recovery strategy plan, but we find that the community is not responding to such a strategy. This municipality chairperson agree that as much as they fund large part of the land, it's like this, like part of the municipality is like a proclaimed land, but in terms of the population, then there's a high level of poverty. It's poverty stricken, and a lot of informal settlement, meaning that to address this poverty line, there is this government, a provision, indigent policy. I just want to check with the mayor and the team. How effective is your indigent policy and your indigent register? Because it can help those disadvantaged households to get services which they cannot on their own afford. So I just want to understand this, how effective is that indigent policy to address the issue of poverty. The issue of aged infrastructure, of course, in terms of, we didn't get explanation as to how are you dealing with the infrastructure, how are you dealing with the aged infrastructure to try to improve the situation there. I think, oh yes, the issue of consultant, given the state of the municipality currently, then how do you prepare your annual financial statement? Do you outsource, or you are using, you are doing it internally? Have you built internal capacity? You can prepare your annual financial statement. Because you know the municipality. For the municipality to get rid of the use of consultant, you must build your own capacity. You can deal with that. Yeah. I must say, thanks, Chair. Coaches.
Well, thank you very much, coaches. I mean, from the presentation, the municipality, it's actually, the presentation is actually very disturbing, I must say. The presentation itself, it says to us the municipality is actually in tatters. It says the municipality is in red. It says the municipality cannot meet its financial obligations. That's what it says from the financial health of the municipality. Chair, let me start with the National Treasury has actually decided to withhold the municipality equitable shares. This is actually a direct consequence of non-compliance of Municipal Finance Management Act. It's very clear. And I'm not sure how does the mayor and the MM would want actually to justify the non-compliance of the Municipal Finance Management Act. But equally, the question that one would ask, because from the presentation you said your council committees, all your governance structures are functional. But your report does not necessarily reflect that. It says your oversight is very weak or it's not very complete. Because if you have functional council committees or governance structures, then they will be able to bring their oversight. All these things cannot happen in their eyes. So maybe I should then leave it there. And maybe let me go to this section 71 reports. And Chair, you will agree with me. These reports are actually submitted, compiled by the management and submitted to the mayors. And these reports are actually signed by the mayor on a monthly basis and submit to Treasury and COGHSTA, and I've said that earlier. Now, if the mayor of the institution can be in a position to interpret this Section 71 report, you will not necessarily have this crisis that we are having now in the municipalities. Now, because this Section 71 reports, you can't actually separate them from Section 11 of Municipal Finance Management Act and Section 66 of Municipal Finance Management Act. Section 11, normally, and this report must go to council on quarterly basis. It's about the payment that have been made to service providers on monthly basis. Now, once there will be a warning signs when there are problems, when you receive this report at the level of the council, or when you receive this report as the mayor. And the question is that, what are you doing when you receive this warning signs as a mayor or as a council? What are you doing about those signs? It tells you that something is not being done correctly. But I'm also not convinced, even in terms of the report that we have actually received about the 994 million of UIFW on how this matter was actually. I understand this actually went to council. Council has actually decided to write off that amount. But there is no consequence management about what have you done about those things. You are telling us for no, and it's not there in the report. I was just trying to peruse it on how financial misconduct, but there is no recoveries. There is no criminal charges laid on those people. It's absolutely nothing. You are not telling us anything. So we can't run the municipality like that. And I can tell you, if we are not careful, because even the Section 66 reports, and this talks about the staff benefits, this will lead to where employees will not necessarily get their salaries, or the third parties will not be paid. Because this that you are, now the revenue collection of your municipality is actually 52, and the norm is 95. So it tells you that you might not necessarily meet your financial obligations. The municipality is actually in red. But Chair, the issue that I'm raising here, and I've said it is that we're actually on the right track, because if mayors are able to interpret certain 71 reports, because they are getting that on a monthly basis, we will not actually get this kind of a situation in the municipalities. Because you get signs that things are not going. Because you will see, you then have to ask the expenditure of this month is actually way above. Then we then have to ask questions, what happened? But we are just worried, and it's not what I'm saying, it's a report that we are actually presented to us, it's worrisome. Actually, what you are telling us is that there is no municipality there. That's my submission.
Thank you very much, Chair, my co-chair. Let me also welcome the report presented by Modimolle-Mookgopong, Mayor, and your team. I'll just take it where honorable members left it off. The first thing I want to register is that I'm as concerned as Honorable Matabo. When I checked the performance for the years 23, 24, 25 adverse, together with the entire presentations, it tells us that let us not have hope of seeing changes there. I will explain why. When I saw a list of creditors, and that list of creditors, I asked myself a question. Did you ever bother yourself to check the history of the institution? What actually happened? When did it happen? I know that you didn't start with the one credit. You started with one credit, the two credit, and something continued like that for years and years until you have that list of creditors. Did you ever bother yourself to check the roots of having a state of affairs of this municipality to where it is today on that list of creditors to get that level? You cannot, because you will never ever solve that problem unless you know the cause. That's when you will be able to nip it off from the bud. That's the first thing. And I think Honorable Emmys would agree with me that once South Africa was once downgraded on a credit rating, and I tried to apply that to Modimolle-Mookgopong that they are no longer credit worthy, given the debts you have to the creditors. Let me go to the space of where the mayor was presenting the project awarded and their state of affairs. The other one is, she said, is at 60%. I think you'll know which one is that one. But I get more worried on the bid adjudication was just on, it's just been completed. Then I asked myself, what are they for? For which financial year? Because to my knowledge, the municipality is going to the end of the financial year. Or is it what we call forward planning? Because we have that system where you say you can award project for the coming financial year, or are they for this financial year? Because if that is for this financial year, that is another crisis. Because you will be expected to have 100% spending. As you mentioned, others that are at 100% spending, which is good. But now we are in July, the year is finished. And bid adjudication is on. For which financial, I think will help us there. When you mentioned the plight you had over MPEC, I saw a confusion where you want to take an MPEC as your internal audit committee. Because in your presentation you said, we're having this crisis because it took a very long time for us to have an MPEC. The question is, when is the spending taking place in a municipality? And when is MPEC coming to play in that situation? Which one comes first? Obviously the spending will come first. Crisis would have been already created. When MPEC comes in to do the oversight work, already the spending, the unauthorized expenditure we spoke about, irregular, wasteful, already has taken place. But if you stress much of the work of the internal audit, that also also supplements what Honorable Matawa has said. They will always help with the warning signs that something is not right. And unless you say they are not given that hearing, that audience, when they try to assist that we're not doing things right. And Mayor, I can assure you, what I'm trying to say is, if you political deployees, together with your MM, you rely on in an institution where people have been there for a long time. I know you're going to pull very hard. That's why I'm saying start there. Don't start there. I see yourself in a, already you just plunge into a river that is flowing. You are trying to survive in that river. Because here, as others said, this municipality is completely dysfunctional. But we're not writing you off. Once you get your things well, as we're trying to advise you that please go and check where lies the problem, particularly on the creditors. What happened? Because once you find that one right, you'll understand that this is where we must start correcting. When was trying to say, because the debt you're having against the ESCOM, you are even thinking of relinquishing some of the responsibilities to ESCOM. I think it's for, is it for collection? My question was, for how long? Are you saying you are giving up forever, or are you saying within a particular period, ESCOM can handle this so that until we get our things right? That's what I want clarity on that one. All in all, other honorable members have covered me. Those are the few things I just wanted to register. Please. please get your house in order. We are here to support each other. We are fortunate. The MSCC, the COGHSTA, also the honorable members are here. Obviously, for Modimolle-Mookgopong chair, I really request that we zoom in so much in terms of assistance so that they can get out of that situation. But I want to say it should not be business as usual. Mayor, you must become an administrator, a political administrator at the same time, together with your team, so that you don't rely on what you get. You must have first-hand information. We're not saying go and tamper with the supply chain, but you must know what's happening. Because at the end of the day, the person who must account is you who must come before committee and many other platforms to explain why. And remember, as we said, we are almost having 2,000 plus viewers on this platform. So already, what we pick up from your municipality, never think it's for these honorable members who are here. This thing is seen by South Africans, particularly those who are in Limpopo. Maybe in particular or specifically in Waterberg, who are having interest of want to know what's actually happening at the municipalities. So pull up your sources, make that municipality functional. For now, we just put a comma. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. You can see that honorable members are not pleased with what is happening in your local municipality. We will summarize issues at the tail end of this session. We are just nearing there. If we want to afford you the opportunity, feel free to answer questions as posed and acknowledge where you have got a challenge. You see, a sick person must first acknowledge that he or she is sick so that he or she can be taken to a doctor to be diagnosed further and get attended to. You can start in any sequence to answer questions. The questions that are directed to the mayor must be answered by the mayor. Don't answer questions that are directly directed to the mayor. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I've got the only one question that was directed to me. The one asked by the Honorable Legislator, the one of municipal manager. The process for appointment of municipal manager is at shortlisting stage now. I can give my colleagues to respond to other questions.
Just before you do that, next time, Honorable Mayor, we don't have ministers in here. We have got honorable members of the provincial legislature. The same way we address you as the honorable mayor. Please don't confuse these issues. Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Firstly, let me acknowledge that we don't have the municipality. As you have said, Chair, yes, we do have challenges. Our municipality is on a sinking boat. Maybe just to, before I responded to the question that was pointed to myself as the speaker, let me also we forgot to mention that the creditors from Salga, as the municipality, when we chip in on 2016, is it 2016? Yes. 2016, we found that the municipality was owing Salga. And the committee must remember that by that time, the municipality was run by the Democratic Alliance. they were saying they are not in partnership with SALGA. That's why we are having that credit with SALGA, and we are trying to communicate with SALGA to write off that credit, and then on ourselves now as the municipality. I think we are more positioning here, right? We are paying them SALGA as we are supposed to do so. I wanted to clear that one also. And then on the issue of ESCOM, when the two municipalities have honorable members, Modimolle was saving his own credit, Mookgopong was saving his own credit also. So that's why we can't even manage to pay ESCOM that amount. And other issue, from 2016, when the municipality was taken by the DA, our community were no longer being built for more than 5 years. It's where the things started to go wrong. There was no building from our community. Now we are trying to build them, but other sections on the ward are not charged at all. And they've been there, they are receiving services, they are receiving everything that we are giving them as the municipality. I think we must acknowledge and we must make sure that I put these things in front of this committee. They must know what is happening. Is what I wanted to clear and to make sure that the lands maybe even our 18mm, some of them, I don't know why I'm aware of them, but they are detailed. The role of the Ethics Committee, we know the role of the Ethics Committee as the Office of the Speaker. We did make some intervention, especially to councillors that are not attending meetings. We did write some letters to them and they've responded correctly. That's why some of the issues we didn't take them to the Ethics Committee. As they've agreed to say no, we will go to the meeting, we will make sure we attend the meeting. So those are some of the issues. We don't have anything that we can hold any councillor or to charge him as the ethics or as the Office of the Speaker, but we do make some intervention where it's needed as the Office of the Speaker. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, honorable chairs and honorable members. I think the speaker maybe put context into the issues of where actually wills started coming out. And why are we having 10 creditors like that? You know, in 2023, 2024, when we joined the municipality, we had a list of 45 creditors that were not paid at that time. And then all creditors, most of the creditors were coming from 2016, 2017 era. And obviously we started getting into this payment plan until we settled. Even now, if you look at the creditors, there are 10, some have been paid already. We only left with 3. ESCOM, Mahali with 4. ESCOM, Mahali's, AGSA, and SAC. Now, with ESCOM, I've tried explaining the issue was more the fact that we were not making enough money. Not necessarily collecting, but making enough money that covers the bill of ESCOM. And we have tried to break even. But now we are stuck on a situation that we've got an issue at time of use. Honorable member indicated what that things started in 2023. Yes. It made things worse because 2023 year, 2024 year until the beginning of 2025, we had a dispute with the large power users with regard to implementation of time of use. And it took NERSA 2.5 years to resolve that problem. But luckily it was resolved in our favor. And hence we said, we know we started in 2023, but we could not implement because of the dispute That was on the table. Now we have resolved it, and NERSA is on our side. Now, the second issue, how are you making sure, because now we've got around 2,000 customers who are on time of use. The rest, 12,000, are still charged flat tariffs, which we are saying they've got an issue. What is the next step? The next step is to get smart meters that can then communicate time of use charges. We've knocked at Provincial Treasury assisted us to get a grant for smart meter. We got a grant, 7,500 meters were changed to smart meter. We knocked at Department of DWS. They managed to change for us 1,600 water meters to smart meter. What are we doing now? We are engaging Treasury National because we're supposed to be getting the second stretch, which will then assist us to close off the remaining 4,000 or 5,000 into smart meter. But we also have a challenge with water meters, because water meters are where we are at 37% collection. And the reason is because most of our meters are not working. And hence we are saying we've knocked at DWS door, business plans have been submitted, we are at a very advanced stage for them to confirm funding. And that we think will be done because the first part of funding was spent properly, and the meters are starting to generate more revenue. So we are indeed in trouble, and the trouble is because of the ESCOM debt. Like I've indicated, Mahal is that we are meeting, we are not defaulting. By end of March next year, we should be in a position to settle. The problem is the ESCOM debt. And then that brings me to the DAA. Or maybe let me first talk to the payment plan that the honorable member was talking about. When we started negotiating with ESCOM was 2023-2024 financial year. And in terms of our stretch, in terms of payments, we were calculating or taking into account what ESCOM is billing us. The only time when we can be in a position to deal with the debt, it's if we pay 4.5 per week, but when we receive equitable share, we pay them 30 million out of the equitable shares. In terms of that table, it means by end of June 2028, we will be finalizing. Then we realize we have not been committing. We will pay 2 times in a month in terms of the 4.5. Because during the month of salaries, we are saving for salary. During the month of paying third parties, we are paying third parties. So we've got that challenge already. Even the payment plan, we've got a debt that is accrued after signing of that payment plan. We are now in a stage of renegotiating. And hence then the DAA comes into it. The DAA, the advantage as management, we still want to present it to council, to convince council to go that route, is that we are having ESCOM which has got industry experience. They are going to assist us in terms of changing our meters to be time of use compliant, but also ensuring that our illegal connections are dealt with, because we've got 17% of unaccounted electricity. So we are saying the period of the DAA should be linked to the payment plan period, which is 28 June. So it's not a permanent thing. We're saying for us to be in a position to achieve 4.5 per week and 30 million on equitable shares, we will need you to deal with the issue of time of use and also deal with the issue of illegal connections. And if that is done, we'll be sure 2028 will be the time when we say at least we're in a position to be on current account with ESCOM. But at the moment, and then it brings to the same issue here, 61 million worth of unauthorized expenditure, worth of fruitless and wasteful. The total amount of 61 million is interested to ESCOM. ESCOM is charging us 7 million on a monthly basis, interest, 70 million in a year, which it makes unauthorized expenditure very high, because we cannot with unfunded budget for even finance costs that ESCOM is charging us. But also, that's what we are negotiating now to say, if we go into a DAA agreement, ESCOM is willing to write off 500 million, which is total interest that is on that account, 1.5. So that's why we are saying DAA for now, it's a way to go for us to keep the municipality afloat. Because truth be told, ESCOM has been funding us to service the people and also pay our salaries since 2016. The issue of COGHSTA, COGHSTA was appointed in 2023 October, and they are assisting us with the vending. We used to have a company called EMS, and that's one of the issues that made us to be even worse in this situation, because EMS was collecting on our behalf, doing credit control, running the electricity service for the municipality, and they were getting 17% of the money that was prepared for electricity. So, and the money was going into the account. So before they pay us, they take the 17%, you are now less to pay ESCOM. So in 2023, October, we terminated EMS, appointed COGHSTA with a very reduced commission of 2% on whatever that they are assisting us. So we've managed to save, but also there's an increase over year to year, excluding tariff increases, of revenue of 7%. In 2023 June, as audited, our collection was 41%. We introduced Operation Patala, COGHSTA came in, we went to 62% end of last year. And this year, 25-26, we then reduced back to 52%. And we realized that was inefficiencies in the revenue department. Hence, we've got 4 people in the revenue department that are now going through disciplinary process because they were intentionally not assisting us to collect. But the collection for April, May, June, we are sure it's at around 62% for those 3 months because we've changed the composition of the revenue division. We spoke about non-payment culture. You see, our problem in our formalized towns, our collection is above 90%. If you go to Nabom Spray, you go to Nail and Falwate, our collection is very well. Our problems is at townships. And the townships is just that we call it non-payment culture because they've not been used to pay. What are we doing? We've been going out, calling ward committee meetings so that we start to communicate the importance of people paying services. But we said also, council approve us to use electricity as a tool to collect the old debt, especially for water. Because if we take 40% when somebody pays, then we know we are closing off on the old debt. There was an issue on land. We've got several letters to and fro between us and the Department of Public Works, Department of Land and Reform, because we've identified land parcels that we are saying they can assist us by giving us the land so that we can accommodate the 23 informal settlements, which are putting more pressure on the municipality because there are 23 informal settlements with a lot of households where we need to provide services. We need especially water and refuse removal, which costs and we are not recovering anything because you cannot be without formalization first. So we've been engaging the housing agency. They are the ones who always assist us in buying off the land from the farms. We've already identified farmers whom we say we're negotiating with them to give us a good price so that HDA can assist us in buying that land for us. So those are the processes that we are busy with in terms of the land. Like we indicated, unfunded budget, it's a pain, but we know with our 900 million or 900 million revenue that we build every year, there is no way we can settle that figure. We can only be funded on the 28th of June 2028 when we've settled ESCOM off. But also I think the mayor presented a picture where we try to show to the committee that the municipality is self-sustainable. Self-sustainable because 83% of their total basket is based on the revenue that we claim. We only get funded 17%, which also then, because our community is indigenous, like there was a question on indigenous, it gives us more pressure because now most of our 60% of our households are at townships and we are not collecting there. And COGHSTA tried 3 times to try and go and cut. And because our people who always say, who are not ready to pay, They have been changed out, protest came, but we are saying with this 40%, 60%, our people will be in a position to start knowing that we have to pay for services. Our indigent policy, let me be honest, it is not effective. Because currently we've got 2,700 indigents on our register, approved indigents. And we've taken a decision from last year before last July, to say we are registering indigents every month. Every month we are calling on, in different wards, people to come and register. And it is improving from where we used to be 3 years ago, 2 years ago. So we are busy with the process of indigents, but the unfortunate part is if you don't perform credit control, if you don't cut services, people are not willing to come, no matter how much you call them, to come and register to be indigents. They are not coming because anyway there's no penalty as yet in terms of them not paying for services. On financial misconduct board, yeah, indeed.
Just hold it there. We don't have unlimited time. As a result of cutting off, CFO, come in.
Okay. Thank you, Honourable Chair. Then I think Emma said a mouthful. Just for me to add a few, he did mention that CGSA was appointed in 2023. I just wanted to, yes, he mentioned that EMS was appointed from 2019 to 2023, prior to CGSA appointment. And then the Honourable Member asked a question on how do we move away from the 52% collection rate. Since I've been appointed as the acting CFO in March this year, I saw that there was a need to place the revenue unit under administration. So the revenue manager was then suspended, and the revenue unit was reporting to me directly, still up until today. Then we have been using CGSAL to cut the electricity services on the consumer accounts. We've been doing reconciliations on consumer accounts with assistance from Moonsoft. So all those corrections have been done on the accounts. I think that is also an aspect for consumers not to pay because they have all of these disputes on their accounts. So we've been dealing with the disputes as well. What I've been also doing is we've been calling the top 100 consumers just for them to come forth, resolve the disputes, and then enter into payment arrangement, because we can also understand that consumers can't pay upfront, but then we liaise with them just to say, okay, what is the payment arrangement that you can afford so that we can move away from your debts. As I've mentioned earlier, we want to be implementing the 40% deduction on the prepaid electricity sales that we really want to implement. I think that can assist the municipality a lot in the month of August. What you're going to do is when you buy prepaid electricity, we deduct 40%, you will only be utilizing 60% of that electricity purchases. Then we take that 40%, we put it on your outstanding debt on your account so that your debt can be, Then on the audit opinion, I just wanted to touch, I think we are moving in the right direction. We have problems on assets, we have problems on revenue and receivables. Those are the three key problems we have under our audit opinion that we've really been working hard on for the past year. The assets have actually been coming for the past couple of years that we've been working on the assets, and safe to indicate that now we are taking an item to council on all the land. The problem was the land that is in the name of the municipality, that we had to remove some of these pieces of land. They've been demarcated, they no longer exist as a bulk. We have to remove them from the register to clean up the entire asset register, and I think we're at a good point in time now that we've cleaned up the register. It's just to notify council of the cleaning up part so that the AG can also be satisfied to say, okay, you've notified council now. On the revenue, we've done the reconciliations, we've effected the changes on the consumer accounts. We're only left with a small portion of the receivable part of it, and that can be done swiftly before AG comes at the end of August. The Honourable Member also touched on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, just to indicate that millions that relate to fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it's coming from the ESCOM interest. It's not something that's new, it's all debt, and that is what the fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounts to. It's about 6 to 8 million rand of interest on the ESCOM account that we are incurring on a monthly basis. Then the MM touched on the indigents. Just to indicate, we've received 6,300 applications for this current 25-26 financial year. We've done the vetting. 3,700 applications have been vetted and approved. The item will go to council now. 2,214 was not approved due to incorrect IDs, household income above the threshold, and such things. I think we've moved up. Previous year we were sitting at 2,900 indigents. This year at least we've moved a bit to 3,700. Thank you, Chair.
I nearly cut you off because I was talking on some of the issues that were already responded to by the MFMA. MFMA, we are not suppressing you. The reason I have cut you short, it is because as the portfolio committee, after we have categorized you as an ailing municipality, dysfunctional municipality, you will be coming down for our own oversight on the very issues that we have raised. Testing as to whether the information that you have given to us is the authentic information. I suspect that we might be owing the Department of Transport and Community Safety, and because you want to reduce your creditors, you don't mention it. But we will test it when we come down. I can we are generating money out of your driving testing license centers and your vehicle testing stations. And there is a portion that must give to them. And we are not sure as to whether you are doing the right thing, as to whether your GLTCs and vehicle testing stations are functional. We want to see that. We want to implement the recommendations from honorable members here. We want to assist you to come out of the debt, to break even, and start to be a fully functional municipality, because we can see from your presentation that you have got that potential to rise. First thing, why don't you do the other way? She says I must put it closer, and I was putting it closer. Maybe she wanted to come closer to me. Thanks, I will do so as I must. The reason labor unions, we are trying to intervene in this manner. We are afraid that if something is not done, then the people that you are representing, employees, your members, stand to not receive their dues come month end. But it is clear this thing is not working well.
No, it's okay. It can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's
Working.
fine. No, no, actually, I'm looking at the light. Okay, so I must not mind the light. No, thanks. And this is exactly what we are going to do. When we will be coming down, it is not because we want to pester you and follow to be after you. We want to assist you. The same applies to the municipalities, coordinators of COGHSTA and Provincial Treasury. We want Messina, Tabazimbi, Fetahomutuba and Mopani District Municipality to come and appear before the joint portfolio. We want to see as to what is it that these municipalities are doing that stand the risk of affecting service delivery of our employees not getting their dues come 1 month end. And you as Modimolle-Mookgopong, you must make a follow-up with the National Treasury. There are certain things that they might have requested you to comply with so that they can uplift the holding of funds. You must make follow-ups and where you are experiencing challenges, we are there for you to assist. We are not here to appeal to the provincial treasury to uplift the withholding of funds. That is not what we are here for. We are here to intercede on your behalf where it is possible that we can do so. And this is a capable team consisting of a lot of former mayors are in this team. We've got think tanks that are steeped in the environment of local governments. So we will definitely be coming down to assist. We'll draft a program, honorable members. We'll draft a program, and when there is an opening, because these things go according to the slots in the legislature. But we will prioritize you. Not because we love you, but because we love our people on the ground. We don't want to see them suffer. Honorable MEC, we are going to need your wisdom and that of our MEC for COGHSTA. We can't allow a situation where the municipality go down the drain like this. So all of us are responsible. So now we hold you accountable. And if you do not do things according to plan, we know what to do to make sure that you act on what we need. So we thank you very much for coming. At least the Honourable Mayor can see it was not necessary to run away from this session. There is no weeping that is happening. You have at least enlightened us to come and assist you. So even next time, other mayors must not run up. Even if you can try to run away, we will hunt you down, like the mayor of Lephalale. So there's no reason to run away from us. We are here to support you. But if you don't do things according to the book, then we will have to whip you into life. There might be some announcements that are going to be made. I was just maybe closing remarks so that after the announcements, then we discuss. Any announcements?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Lunch is served where we ate breakfast in the morning. There are meal tickets to that effect. Honorable members will collect funds at this door, followed by mayors who are going to come home.
And what else? Oh, the meeting is officially declared closed. Our